Petra, ne çalıyorsun?
ბატონებო და ქალბატონებო, პატივცემულო სტუმრებო, კონფერენციის მონაწილეებო. მინდა გახსნათ გამოვაცხადო განათლების ენისა და ლიტერატურის მე-7 საერთაშორისო კონფერენცია. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear honorary guests, I have a great honor to open the 7th International Research Conference on Education, Literature and Language.
წელს კვლევართა მომხსენებელთა და დამსწრეთა უპრეცედენტო რაოდენობა მონაწილეობს კონფერენციაში. 250-ზე მეტი ადამიანი მსოფლიოს 26 ქვეყნიდან. ეს ქვეყნებია: საქართველო, დიდი ბრიტანეთი, ამერიკის შეერთებული შტატები, საბერძნეთი, ისრაელი, შვედეთი, თურქეთი, რუსეთის ფედერაცია, სომხეთი, ყაზახეთი, უკრაინა, აზერბაიჯანი, ირანი, ერაყი, ინდოეთი, იორდანია, ომანი, ლიბია, მალაიზია, პაკისტანი, საუდის არაბეთი, აერთიანების გაერთიანებული საემიროები, ტაილანდი, ნიგერია და სამხრეთ აფრიკა. This year we have unprecedented number of researchers, presenters and conference participants, about more than 250 people from about 26 different countries. These countries are Georgia, the United Kingdom, the United States of America, Greece, Israel, Sweden, Turkey, Russian Federation, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Iran, Iraq, India, Jordan, Oman, Libya, Malaysia, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Thailand, Nigeria, and South Africa.
ყოველწლიური კონფერენცია მიზნად ისახავს ხელი შეუწყოს მკვლევარებს, პრაქტიკოსებს, პოლიტიკოსებს და აკადემიური სფეროს წარმომადგენლებს იმსჯელონ და განიხილონ განათლებასთან დაკავშირებული საკითხები. დაძლიონ გამოწვევები, განვითარდნენ პროფესიულად, გაუზიარონ ერთმანეთს საკუთარი გამოცდილება და მოსაზრებები. აგრეთვე კონფერენცია ემსახურება მთავარ მიზანს, ხელი შეუწყოს თეორიასა და პრაქტიკას შორის არსებულ მჭიდრო კავშირს, რომლის მეშვეობითაც შეისწავლიან კვლევის შედეგების პრაქტიკაში გამოყენების სხვადასხვა შესაძლო პერსპექტივას. კონფერენციაში ტრადიციულად მონაწილეობას იღებენ გამოცდილი და ცნობილი პედაგოგები, professors და განათლების სპეციალისტები. The aim of the conference is to bring together researchers, practitioners and policymakers to discuss issues, tackle real challenges, develop professionally, share opinions, find solutions and explore opportunities in the areas of education. The conference serves the purpose of promoting a tight link between theory and practice and explores different perspectives on the application of research findings into practice. The conference traditionally attracts experienced professors, teachers and educators.
კონფერენციის სამუშაო ენა არის ინგლისური. წარმოდგენილი ნაშრომები მოიცავენ საინტერესო თემებს: განათლება, ისტორია, ფილოსოფია, ფსიქოლოგია, განათლების თეორიული საკითხები, სასწავლო გარემოს მენეჯმენტი, განათლების ლიდერობა, მენეჯმენტი და ადმინისტრირება, უცხოური ენების სწავლების მეთოდები, სიახლეები და ეფექტურობა, ინოვაციები და სწავლების ეფექტური პრაქტიკა განათლებაში და ენის სწავლებაში, საკომუნიკაციო ტექნოლოგიების გამოყენება სწავლების პროცესში, ანგლო-ამერიკული ლინგვისტიკა და ლიტერატურა, ენა და კულტურა. The working language for the conference is English. The presented topics cover a wide range of topics: education, history, philosophy, psychology, theoretical issues and education, classroom management, education leadership, management and administration, methods of teaching languages, innovation and effectiveness, innovations and effective practices in education and language teaching, computer-assisted teaching, Anglo-American linguistics and literature, language and culture.
გვინდა სიტყვა გადავცეთ შავი ზღვის საერთაშორისო უნივერსიტეტის რექტორს, პროფესორ ილიას ჩილოღლუს. ბატონო რექტორო, გთხოვთ მიმართოთ ძვირფას სტუმრებსა და კონფერენციის მონაწილეებს. We would like to ask the rector of International Black Sea University, Professor Dr. Ilyas Chiloghlu, to address honorary guests and the conference participants.
Good morning. I'm very pleased to see that many guests from many different countries. Before my speech, I would like to congratulate my team for arranging this wonderful event. Actually, yesterday, Nika Parchonaze sent me an email, a speech for today, but Nika, sorry, I don't like reading from paper. Are you around? Okay, hopefully you like my speech. Yeah, IPSU is one of the leading university in the country. According to last year rankings, we are among first two among private universities, but we are having like fourth position among all other 75 universities in the country. We are very much focused on research recently because I think we are good in teaching, but the area which we feel should be improved is research. This is one of the event that today we are having here, and you are going to discuss these 2 days. Will help us to work on that dimension. As a university, we are publishing academic journals. Each faculty publish academic journals, which are all English. We are also having the education faculty is having also a separate journal. I think Kabotu Natela is going to talk about that, which is a pre-reviewed journal. Well, we arrange many conferences like this that today you see, and we publish all these papers. We also have like 9 different research centers. Well, I can't say we are very good in each center, but well, we try our best to improve. We have Silk Road Research Center, which is this year we are going to celebrate 12th of the center and have the conference on that. And we are planning a visit to China in May 14, 16, on that purpose to sign an agreement with one of the leading Chinese university, which is University of International University of Business and Economics. This is really a very high-ranked university in the world, and we plan with them to work on research. Again, this is our priority, and my staff knows we talk every day on that. And hopefully this gathering today will help us. And I mean, if you suggest us something more to what to do on that space, we'll be very glad. And we are having about 2,300 students in the university from 18 different countries. We every year send about 100 students abroad as an exchange. We also receive fee from outside, but hopefully in the future to receive more, because Georgia is really a very good destination, I think, to get good education. By the way, we are nowadays receiving many international applications. In the morning, we were discussing with my colleagues. There are like hundreds of students writing to come to study here. And Tbilisi is really very, very nice city to live and to get good education. And hopefully, once you go back to your country, please go ahead and tell about us, about the country, about the city, and hopefully we will receive more international students from your countries. Again, I'm very pleased to see you here all. I wish you good luck and fruitful sessions. Thank you again.
გვინდა სცენაზე მოვიწვიოთ ჩვენი კონფერენციის დამაარსებელი, განათლებისა და ჰუმანიტარული ფაკულტეტის პროფესორი ქაბატონი ნათელა დოვონაძე. We would like to give floor to the founder of this conference, Professor of the Faculty of Education and Humanities, Mrs. Natalia Dogonadze.
Hello, dear colleagues. I want to call colleagues even those of you who are students, because I deeply believe you are not just stakeholders, as the fashionable term goes, but you are colleagues from the very beginning. I'm very glad that this conference, which started 7 years ago on a modest enough scale, because in the first year it was something like 7 countries and maybe 50 participants, but every year it has been increasing, and this year we have practically full hall. Almost no places to sit. So maybe next year we will need a larger room to organize the opening ceremony, which is very pleasant. As our rector has mentioned, we are very keen on research. And what is a characteristic feature of our international conferences that although very well-known scholars participate in the conferences, but also not only PhD students, but also master students and even very outstanding BA students. Because we think that a scientist begins as soon as the person enters a university. Because maybe later it will be too late to begin the real scientific career. So this year we have an extraordinary not only number of participants and number of countries, but also inside Georgia we have the greatest number of universities who are taking place, and especially I am glad that this year we have many school representatives. Because education is not only for universities, of course, it's for school teachers, and school teachers' qualifications should be corresponding. So I'm very glad that we have quite many members of ETAG, English Teachers Association of Georgia, and I hope this tendency will be promoted, and we will have school teachers not only among attendants, but also among presenters. But we have one presenter who is a school teacher. That's already the first good step. I'm very glad that the opening coincided with very nice weather, because this spring in Georgia is a little bit strange. And even the weather is greeting us and wants us a good conference. So do I. Thank you.
ახლა კი სცენაზე ვთხოვთ განათლებისა და ჰუმანიტარულ მეცნიერებათა ფაკულტეტის დეკანს პროფესორ თამარ შიოშვილს. We would like to give floor to the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Humanities, Professor Tamar Shioshvili, and ask her to address the audience.
Dear guests, participants, welcome to our conference. I'm very glad that the scope of participants is enlarging every year, and we see so many guests coming from different countries. We've heard the list. So what is research in our case? We all are, we all teach. So research is based on teaching experience. But on the other hand, educating is based on research. So these are reciprocal processes. And what is more important, we all, while teaching, we all are involved in equifinality process. That is, we are trying to reach the final goal through well-accepted methodology. But at the same time, representatives of different cultures have culture-specific methodology. So this gathering is a very good means for educators to exchange these culture-specific methodologies that will be very useful for Georgians as well. We have a lot of Georgian participants today, and so I think this purpose is very good of conference. And once again, I want to thank you for coming and wish you successful sessions. Thank you very much.
ჩვენს კონფერენციას ესწრებიან გამორჩეული სტუმრები. გვინდა მადლობა გადაუხადოთ საქართველოს განათლებისა და მეცნიერების სამინისტროს ჩვენი კონფერენციის დაინტერესებისათვის და სიტყვა გადავცეთ უმაღლესი განათლებისა და მეცნიერების განვითარების სამმართველოს უფროს ბატონ ნუგზარ ჩიტაიას. We have very special guests today attending the conference opening ceremony. We would like to thank the Ministry of Education and Science of Georgia for showing interest in our conference, and we would like to ask the head of Higher Education and Science Development Department, Mr. Nugzar Chitaia, to address the audience.
მოგესალმებით კონფერენციის მონაწილეებო, ჩამოსულო სტუმრებო, ადგილობრივი ორგანიზატორებსა და რაც თავარია სტუდენტებს, ასეთი მნიშვნელოვანი მეშვიდე საერთაშორისო განათლების, ლიტერატურისა და ენის კონფერენციის მნიშვნელოვან თარიღზე. ეს კონფერენცია როგორც ეთყობა უკვე მეტად ტრადიციული გახდება ჩვენი ცხოვრებისათვის და ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია მისი ყოველი მოღვაწეობა და წარმატება.
Dear guests, let me welcome you and wish you a fruitful cooperation during this interesting session. As it seems, this conference is already having a huge tradition and it has a very interesting roots.
განათლების და მეცნიერების სამინისტროს ერთ-ერთი პრიორიტეტული მიმართულება მისი განვითარების და სტრატეგიული გეგმის წარმოადგენს ხარისხის განვითარება და ინტერნაციონალიზაცია და ამ კუთხით
One of the priorities of the Ministry of Education and Science of Georgia is the quality assurance and the development in this regard.
ამ კუთხით სწორედ დიდ მნიშვნელოვან მუშაობას ეწევა თქვენი უნივერსიტეტი და კერძოდ ეს კონფერენცია რასაკვირველია თავის წვლილს შეიტანს ჩვენი საერთაშორისო განვითარების საქმეში.
And this university and particularly this kind of the conference contributes significantly to the internationalization and the development in this regard.
და ბოლოს მინდა ერთი მარტივი ესეთი შენიშვნისავით გავაკეთო, ისევე როგორც შავი ზღვა არის სოფლიო ოკეანეების შვილი და მათი საერთაშორისო დონის მფლობელი, ასევე შავი ზღვის უნივერსიტეტი არის საერთაშორისო საზოგადოების სრულუფლებიანი წევრი და მათი ინტერნაციონალური დონის მფლობელი.
I'd like to make a small comment here that as the Black Sea is the kind of a key for the world oceans, likewise International Black Sea University is a full-fledged member of the International Education Society.
წარმატებას გისურვებთ მომავალ საქმიანობაში და რაც თავარია მრავალი კეთილი საქმე გაგეკეთებინოთ.
Wish you success in your future work.
ამერიკის შეერთებული შტატების საელჩო საქართველოში ჩვენი უნივერსიტეტის ხშირი სტუმარია. განათლებისა და ჰუმანიტარულ მეცნიერებათა ფაკულტეტი ხშირად თანამშრომლობს საელჩოსთან საინტერესო პროექტების განხორციელების თვალსაზრისით. ამის დასტურია ამერიკის შეერთებული შტატების საელჩოს მიერ ორგანიზებული სამხრეთ კავკასიის ინგლისური ენის რეგიონალური კონფერენცია, რომელსაც 2017 წლის იანვარში შავი ზღვის საერთაშორისო უნივერსიტეტმა უმასპინძლა. გვინდა მადლობა გადაუხადოთ საელჩოს ამ თანამშრომლობისათვის და სიტყვა გადავცეთ საქართველოში ამერიკის შეერთებული შტატების საელჩოს კულტურის ატაშეს ბატონ დამიან ვომპლერს. The Embassy of the United States to Georgia as a frequent and special guest at International Black Sea University. The Faculty of Education and Humanities often cooperates with Embassy to do interesting projects. As an example, most recent event can be mentioned. The U.S. Embassy to Georgia organized the 7th South Caucasus Regional ELT Conference in January 2017, and it was hosted by the International Black Sea University. We would like to thank the Embassy for this meaningful cooperation, and now we would like to give floor to Cultural Affairs Officer of the U.S. Embassy to Georgia, Mr. Damian Wampler.
First of all, I want to thank Elias and the entire team at IBSU for hosting the U.S. Embassy on many occasions, in particular the recent South Caucasus Teachers Conference. And we have to thank Tamar for hosting our English teacher. We have an American who is a teacher in residence here, Kevin Hershey, who immediately upon arrival decided to extend to his second year, and I'm a little bit worried that he's going to spend the rest of his life in Georgia. It's not such a bad thing, but Georgia really grows on you once you've been here for just a few days. Please raise your hand if this is your first visit to Georgia. Is this your first trip? Okay, wonderful. Well, welcome to Georgia. You're only here for 2 days, so you can only gain 1 or 2 kilos. I foresee a lot of bread and cheese in your future. Sunday marks the 25th anniversary of U.S.-Georgian diplomatic relations, so on behalf of Ambassador Kelly and the whole U.S. Embassy, I want to congratulate the people of Georgia for this fruitful partnership. Sunday is 25 years since the United States recognized the new Georgia, which of course lays on the foundation of thousands of years of tradition. But that doesn't mean that our partnership and friendship began 25 years ago. In fact, it began long before. And so with this conference only being the 7th, I foresee many, many years of future cooperation. Hopefully there will be the 17th and then the 70th conference of this type here at IBSU. It's quite extraordinary, the different topics that I see on the agenda over the next 2 days. although this is an English conference, the topics that you guys are covering range from psychology to STEM to philosophy. I see Plato, I see gender, I see identity, I see so many different topics that it's much more than just the English language. And actually, when you look at the agenda for the next 2 days, it begs the question, does this conference need to be held in English at all? I mean, could you hold this same conference in Arabic, in Turkish, in Russian, in Chinese? That's a deeper philosophical question that I don't think can be answered, but I want to say that I'm flattered that this conference is tackling very difficult subjects in English, in my native language. And I would even argue that because of the democratic foundations of the English language from the United Kingdom, from the United States, Canada, Australia, and the Western democracies, that many of these topics that you're looking at, gender identity and the philosophy and psychology that you're going to be discussing in the next few days, are maybe best understood using English. So I feel that English is a useful tool, a powerful tool, but it's not the end. It's just a means to understanding our world in a better way. So I want to thank all of you who are out there teaching. As a former teacher, I can say that although my years as a teacher were quite happy and fun, I can't say that they were particularly useful to my students. I was a terrible teacher. So I know how difficult it is, and I'm glad that the future of my native language is in very good hands from more than 25 different countries around the world who have converged here in Georgia, here at IBSU, to explore these very, very interesting and very challenging topics in what I would say are very challenging times that we face now. So you're gaining the tools to forge ahead, and I want to thank you for doing that here in Georgia, which is really an ideal place to look at these issues, because Georgia, although with all its thousands of years of history, the modern Georgia is really a new place. The new modern incarnation of Georgia is a stable, functional democracy, which is unique to this region and a truly important focal point in the whole world, actually. So I hope that not only are you looking at English, but you're tackling difficult issues and you're looking at Georgia's democracy as a model for what many countries in the world could be in the near future. So again, thank you and good luck to you during the conference.
შავი ზღვის საერთაშორისო უნივერსიტეტს ბევრი მეგობარი ყავს. მათ შორის არის საქართველოს ინგლისური ენის მასწავლებელთა ასოციაცია, იტაგი, რომელთანაც 2 წლის წინ თანამშრომლობის მემორანდუმიც გავაფორმეთ. ჩვენთვის ღირებულია ეს ურთიერთობა, რადგან იტაგი აერთიანებს ინგლისური ენის სწავლების სფეროს ბევრ გამოცდილ და გამორჩეულ სპეციალისტს. გვინდა სცენაზე მოვიწვიოთ იტაგის ხელმძღვანელი პროფესორი მანანა რუსეიშვილი. International Black Sea University has many guests, among them English Teachers Association of Georgia, popularly known as ETAG. Our university signed a memorandum of understanding 2 years ago, and we do highly appreciate this cooperation, as ETAG incorporates many experienced and distinguished English language specialists. We would like to ask the head of ETAG, Professor Manana Ruseishvili, to address the audience.
Dear conference participants, invited guests, and ladies and gentlemen. As ETAG president, I'm proud today to welcome all of you, the participants of this conference, young as well as experienced teachers, teachers from schools, as from universities, from Tbilisi as well as from regions, from local, from state as well as private institutions. ETAG, which is the most experienced and the oldest and I would say the best, one of the best teachers associations in Georgia, has always been very lucky to have such remarkable and supportive partners. We, of course, cherish all of them and respect all of them, but today our special thanks go to the host institution of this conference, to the rector of IPSU University, Professor Dr. Ilyas Cheloglu, to the vice rector of the university, to the deans of the university. Special thanks to Nika Parjanadze, professor of this university, and organizers, and to all the people who have contributed to the success of this conference. We have been proud to have this partnership for 2 years, and during this period we have implemented quite a few important projects, and we also hope to do so in the nearest future. On behalf of ITAG, I'm delighted to welcome our invited guests and keynote speakers who have taken the trouble to arrive in Tbilisi today to make their presentations. Also, I wholeheartedly welcome all the Georgian participants and presenters, especially ITAG members, not only from Tbilisi, but from our other branches, from Kutaisi, Batumi, Zugdidi, Tel Aviv, Gori, Rustavi, Akhaltsikhe. I wish the contributors were success with their presentations, and as for the participants of the conference, may your day today will be full of positive emotions. I'm sure that this conference is going to be far-sighted, very interesting, full of relevant content and materials, and of equally wonderful presentations and deliveries of the content. So good luck with all of you, and thank you again.
Thank the Ministry of Education and Science for being with us, the U.S. Embassy, and all the invited guests. And I would like to thank ITAG. We've been closely cooperating for 2 years officially. Before that, of course, we had a close relationship. And through our common efforts, we made this big event possible. So thank you so much.
I think this is working. Can you hear me? Can I hear you? 1, 2, 3. Yes. Can I ask you a question? Do you speak English? Can you understand me? Put your hands up if you are a teacher of English. Wow, that's nearly everybody. So that's, yeah. I don't need to ask it. Hands up if you are just a student of English. Hands up if you hate putting your hand up in front of other Georgians. Nobody. Great. So the microphones are working. This is my colleague Trevor. Is your microphone working, Trevor?
Is my microphone working?
Yes, it's working. Okay, great.
That's my voice anyway.
So we are celebrating two things. Celebrating 400 years. We're not celebrating, we are marking the death 400 years ago, more or less, of the great William Shakespeare, almost as great as Rustaveli, almost, but not quite. But we do our best. And we're also celebrating English language teaching. I'm trying to bring these two major events in the history of the world, Shakespeare and language teaching, together. They're both celebrating their 400th birthday. So, our voice as teachers and our body language, you agree, are important to effective teaching? Yes? Use your voice, you can speak to me, it's not forbidden. Okay, so let's repeat some key words which Shakespeare and language teaching have in common. Let's say, I don't know, creative. They are both, when they are done well, do you agree? Creative. Can you all repeat the word creative? And let's do some word formation, as we teachers call it, derivation. Another word like creative from the same root is creativity. Thank you. All together. Creativity. Another word, the person. All together. Don't be shy. You can use your voice. I saw you. You didn't use your voice. And there's another key word which is related. Imagination. Is it important in language teaching and learning? Well, let's repeat it. Imagination. What would John Lennon have said? Imagine. And the adjective? You said you were teachers, so imaginative. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So your voice is in good working order. I'm pleased to hear. You have a little program, a questionnaire. And like a terrible teacher that I am, I'm going to begin with a test, which is really a quiz. How much do we know about the greatest writer in the English language? I'm sure you will get all of the answers right. Let's look at the first one. Wave your program. Have you got it? You've got it. Great. Number one, an easy one. But be careful. I like trick questions. Shakespeare's theatre was called A, the wooden O, the cockpit, the globe, the theatre. Hands up for A. Hands up for B, the cockpit, the globe. Hands up for the theatre. No theatres? Well, the correct answer is the theatre. The globe was his second theatre. So you learned something here. This conference, this great conference, has already taught you something you did not know before. That Shakespeare's first theatre was quite simply called the theatre. And later, Burbage and his friends, they built the Globe on the South Bank, as you know. Okay? Now, cockpit. What is the cockpit? The cockpit is the name of another theatre. Why did they call them cockpits? Because cocks were used in competitions. There were cockfights. So Shakespeare's theatre and cockfighting and bear baiting, these cruel sports, often went side by side, together. So bear that in mind. This is very popular theatre, like the great Rustavelli theatre. I had the privilege of seeing the greatest Richard III by the Rustavelli in Greece. Then I saw the Rustavelli again in London in A Midsummer Night's Dream. So congratulations on one of the best Shakespeare theatres in the world. I think you know that, right? Okay, so that's the cockpit. Number two, a quotation from Henry V. Let us on your creative, imaginative, imaginary, inventive forces work. Shakespeare believes a lot, as we can see, in creativity and imagination. But which word does Henry V use the play of these four? Is it creative, imaginative? Which one? C, imaginary. Well, could be. Well, let's check it. When Trevor and I begin, you can check your answers. I won't give you all the answers now. So you have to listen carefully. A good teacher gets the attention of students and tries to keep it. So let's see if you are paying attention. Number three, Shakespeare in the same play talks about imagination, and he uses this wonderful expression. He tells the audience, as you listen, we're not going to be perfect. We're going to make a lot of mistakes. We're actually not very good actors. And our theatre is very poor. So you have to piece out our what with your thoughts. Use your thoughts to complete, to piece out what? Errors, mistakes, slips, or imperfections? Is it, well, this is, who thinks it's A, errors? Mistakes, slips, imperfections. You're good, you're good. It may well be the right answer, we'll see. Another one, from one of the first English language textbooks in the 16th century. Here today, in Tbilisi, here is an extract from a dialogue from one of the first English language textbooks. And it's an idiom. How does the idiom end? Old flesh makes good stew, soup, broth, or goulash? Broth. You've been studying your Shakespeare or your English language textbooks from the 16th century. Are the books you use in Georgia so old? We'll check it as we go along. Henry V, the great Henry V who conquered France in the Battle of Agincourt, he says, a black beard will turn white, but a good heart. Think of the man or the woman you love. A good heart is so important, isn't it, in love? What is a good heart? Is it the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets? Which would you choose if you were feeling poetic? Planets, sun, moon. The moon is fickle in Shakespeare. The moon is changeable, not to be trusted. Let's see what the answer is. Old age, says old Henry, that great destroyer of beauty, can do no more to spoil my what? Face? Number 7, the older I get, the worse, the better, the more ugly, the more wrinkled. Look at me, look at me. Let me tell you something. The older I get, look, I may look old, but the older I get, the better I shall appear.
He's only 25.
I'm only 25. I pretend I'm old. I'm an actor, you see. Okay. Time from Troilus and Cressida. Time hath my Lord what at his back, wherein he puts alms for oblivion. Alms, you know the word alms, synonym? Charity, donations to charity, and so on. And he talks about time, and we shall see time in our performance. What is time? What does time have at his back? A bag, a purse, a box, a wallet? I'm not telling you, you'll have to listen. Okay. Time is a great-sized monster of, number 9, old age, decay, forgetfulness, ingratitude. Which do you like? Hands up for old age, a great monster of old age. A great monster of decay. Decay. A monster of forgetfulness. Hands up for ingratitude. Do you know your Troilus and Cressida? You don't have to, but anyway, nobody else would know it either. Speak the speech, says Hamlet. The great Hamlet gives advice to actors how to be a good actor. And he says, the famous, speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you. What's the adverb? Smoothly, fluently, trippingly, softly. Hands up for smoothly. What does Hamlet say? Fluently, hands up. Trippingly, hands up. Softly, hands up. You didn't put your hands up for any of them. I thought you knew Hamlet by heart. Softly. Could be. Anybody say trippingly? These, my trick questions, always choose the unusual word. That's a little tip. It may be the right one. Okay, the unusual one. Like, for example, in the next one. With this special advice that you overstep not the modesty of nature. Hamlet says, don't exaggerate when you act. Don't overstep the modesty of nature. So what word does he use? Does he say advice, observance? Well, remember what I just told you? If you have a dilemma or a quadrilemma, get it? Choose the unusual word. What does Hamlet say when he gives advice? Observance, probably. Romeo, Romeo, says Juliet, why art, mistake, why art thou Romeo? Where art thou? Where art thou, Romeo? Romeo, where art thou? Wherefore art thou, Romeo? What art thou, what does she say, Juliet? Who says? She says, why art you Romeo? Why art thou Romeo? Where art thou? So she's lost him, she's looking for him. Who art thou, Romeo? Hands up. Wherefore art thou? Well, we'll check it. It's wherefore. And wherefore is a synonym of why. Very good over there. 1 point. To be or not to be. Now you all know this. But remember what I told you about trick questions. What does the famous soliloquy say? To be or not to be? Aye, there's the point. Or to be or not to be? There's the problem. To be or not to be? That is the question. To be or not to be? That's it. Who says it's A? Who says it's B? Who says it's C? Who says it's D? Well, you are all wrong. The first thing that Shakespeare wrote, for those Shakespeare scholars, in the bad quarto, because Shakespeare's plays were published in paperback, let's say, the quarto, the small editions, and they were published in the big one at the end of his career in the first folio, the complete works, okay? In the complete works, we have to be or not to be, that is the question. But the first version that Shakespeare wrote, or that we have in the bad quarto, it's called, the paperback, is the first one. There's the point. Have you learned something today? Has it been worth coming all the way to Georgia? Of course it has. You don't have to stay for the rest of the conference. It's enough. Okay, very good. And Hamlet says, number 14, "'Tis a perfection devoutly to be wished, completion, fulfillment, consummation." Which is the unusual word? That's the correct one. So he's giving the famous soliloquy. Okay? To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. There's the rub. "'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished." And he complains. Hamlet's always moaning, complaining. And he's complaining in number 15 about the proud man's insolence. Have you ever suffered proud people who are insolent? They show contempt. They show contumely, arrogance. But which word does Hamlet use for these horrible, proud men? Which is the unusual word? Is it? Which dictionary are you using? Arrogance, is that the most unusual word? The most poetic word? Probably it's C. Yeah, if you don't know the meaning of the word, that's Shakespeare. The funny thing about Shakespeare is nobody understands what he's saying, but we all love him. I hope you understand Rustavelli. Do you understand Rustavelli? Yes? More or less. And Hamlet says at the end of that great soliloquy, "Conscience does make what of us all? Does it make us saints, sinners, courageous people, or cowards?" Hands up for conscience. You know conscience? It makes us saints. It makes us sinners. Good, good. A brave lady there. Courageous people. Does that sound poetic? No, it's crap. What about cowards? Cowards. Yes, you know your Hamlet. Nearly finished. At the end of his career, Shakespeare, whoever he was, in The Wonderful Tempest, he gives this fantastic speech. Everything is over. The show is over. The play is over. Our revels, he says. You know this lovely word, revels? When you go to the restaurant and you drink and eat with your friends and you dance at festivals, revels. And he says, the great Prospero, well, I've given you the answer. What an idiot. I told you the answer. Our revels now are ended. Well, our revels are just beginning. Be patient. We are such stuff. This is a grammar test, but be careful. Trick question coming up. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, on, with, or from. Of, hands up. Made of. Made on. Who knows their Shakespeare now? Made with. Made from. I don't want to put my hand up. Hands up if you don't want to put your hand up. Hands up if you're afraid of making a mistake and losing marks. Staying in the same class. Number 19, that's all one. For what is done? Our spectacle, our play, our show, our act, it could be anyone. So listen and check your answers. The last role of all. That one is not from Shakespeare, that's from the great poet and playwright Luke Prodromou. So we don't have to do number 20. And at the end, we'll finish with this lovely poem about teaching, which is based on As You Like It, All the World's a Stage, which Alexander quoted. Where's Alexander? My colleague, he's disappeared. All the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players, okay? Well, we've got our version. Every classroom is a stage, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I think we've done the test. You've done very well. Congratulations. We're ready to go. Any questions before we begin? Okay. Now remember what I said. Piece out our imperfections when we make mistakes. Be patient and help us to go on. Celebrating Shakespeare and English language teaching. 400 years. Oh, for a muse of fire. Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention. A kingdom for a stage, princes to act, and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. But pardon, gentles all, the flat, unrazed spirits that hath dared on this unworthy scaffold to bring forth so great an object? Can this cockpit hold the vasty fields of France? And may we cram within this wooden O the very casques that did affright the air at Agincourt? Oh, pardon, and let us on your imaginary forces work. Piece out our imperfections with your thoughts, and admit me, chorus to this history, who, prologue-like, your humble patience pray, gently to hear, kindly to judge our play. Shakespeare wrote these words in Henry V to describe two things that go into the making of great theatre. First, the inspiration of the author, his muse, and secondly, the imagination of the audience. Piece out our imperfections with your thoughts. In our case, as teachers, the inspiration of the teacher and the imagination of the students, the learners. But the muse, or inspiration, is combined in Shakespeare with another important element: fire, passion, a muse of fire, inspiration and passion. Shakespeare's stage is a small space. It begins as an empty space. Shakespeare's theatre is a mere cockpit, an unworthy wooden O, a nothing. O means nothing. That's why he uses this word, O for nothing. It's too small to contain all the things that the playwright wants to represent. He can only succeed if his inspiration is fired by passion, and if the audience take part by activating their creative imagination to complete the imperfections of the performance, or in our case, the lesson. Agreed? And do you agree with the next bit? As in love and marriage, it takes two to tango. Shakespeare's theatre, or the theatre generally, like the classroom, is a marriage of true minds. But it is a passionate marriage. So, oh, for a muse of fire. Shakespeare wrote these words in about 1599. It's just before this that we see the first English language teaching textbooks for teaching English as a foreign language in one-to-one classes, what we call private lessons. And it's about the same time we see these first private lessons. Okay, what were they like, these one-to-one language lessons? Well, one teacher trainer, an educator of the time, complains about the way the teachers conducted their private lessons. He says, "I like not their manner of teaching." Why? did he not like their manner of teaching? Well, he says, they will take money beforehand, and when they are paid, they care little for their scholars or their students. And what method did the teachers use in the 16th century? The teacher trainer tells us, they will read but half a page and translate it. And how long did this exciting lesson last? The educator tells us, they will stay only about half an hour. Good work, if you can get it. But you know, not all classes in those days were based on translation. A lot of the textbooks in the 16th century actually had very realistic dialogues based on everyday situations. And a lot of them had inspiration, they had passion, and they had even humor. And we shall see now an example from one of the first English language textbooks, a dialogue which is designed to teach English idioms. 16th century. Listen to the dialogue. We would like you just to see if you can spot the idioms. The situation is this. There are two friends, two neighbors, and they're talking about another neighbor. The function, as we say, the communicative function is gossiping. They are gossiping about their neighbor. Their neighbor is a passionate old man. Let's hear the dialogue.
What is become of your neighbour?
As old as you see him, he hath of late wedded a young wench of 15 years of age.
Then he and she will make the whole Bible together, the New and Old Testament.
Yes, to an old cat, a young mouse.
Old flesh makes good broth.
Old flesh, aye, makes good broth. That's a dialogue from the 16th century. Shakespeare may have seen this dialogue. He may have read it, because it was written by a friend of his, the great Renaissance scholar, John Florio. Anybody heard of John Florio? They were friends with Shakespeare. So he may have read this dialogue, and it influenced the scene in Henry V, where Shakespeare shows us the very first private English lesson in history. And today here in Tbilisi, we're going to see this first private English lesson. The teacher is King Henry V. King Henry is an aging king. He's not so young anymore. He has just conquered which country? France.
Oh my God.
And now it's time to conquer the beautiful, the young and beautiful Princess of France. Catherine, Princess Catherine. Do we have a princess? Let's give her a round of applause. My Princess Catherine. Okay, please. They have arranged with Princess Catherine, Henry will give her private lessons. He will teach her English as a foreign language, and she, Princess Catherine, will teach Henry French as the language of love. The lesson, are you ready for the lesson?
Yes, sir.
Let's begin our private lesson. Fair Catherine, most fair Kate, will you teach me words of love that will enter your gentle heart?
Oh, your majesty shall mock at me. I cannot speak your England.
Fair Catherine, if you will only love me fluently with your French heart, I will be glad to hear you confess it brokenly with your English tongue. Do you like me, Kate?
Pardonnez-moi, what is like me?
What is like me? Let me teach you, Kate. Like. An angel is like you. And you are like an angel.
Oh, what do you say, that I am like angel?
That's right, Kate, correct. Well done, you're good.
Oh, the tongues of men are full of deceit.
What says my fair one? That the tongues of men are full of deceit?
The tanks they meant are full of deceit.
Faith, Kate, I'm glad you speak no better English. For if you did, you would know how plain I am. But I know no ways to mince my words of love, but directly to say, I love you, Kate. What sayest thou? Can you love me, Kate?
Oh, please, Your Majesty, me no understand well.
Okay. Let me explain. If, Kate, you cannot love someone who looks like me, let imagination be the cook.
What is imagination? Cook?
All right. Like a good teacher, I'll give her an example, shall I? Imagination. Oh, imagination, Kate, is when you piece out my imperfections with your thoughts. Cook. Look, I'll teach you, Kate. Cook. A black beard will grow white. A curly head will go bald. A fair face will wither. But a good heart, Kate, a good heart is the sun and the moon, or rather, the sun.
Oh, the French that you speak is better than the English I speak.
No, it's not, Kate. My French isn't better than your English. But dost thou understand this much English, Kate? I love you, Kate.
I cannot tell.
What sayest thou, my flower de luce?
Flower de luce? What means flower de luce?
Oh, that's easy. I'll tell you later. What sayest thou, la plus belle Catherine du monde?
Your Majesty, have enough French to deceive the most wise mademoiselle all over France.
All right, Kate, all right. Forget my false French, and let me tell you in true, plain English, I love you, Kate.
But is it possible?
Can you love me in spite of this face? You know, Kate, the older I get, the better I shall appear. My comfort is that old age, that great destroyer of beauty, can do no more to spoil my face. I'm at my worst now. If you have me now, Kate, you will have me better and better. Will you have me, Kate? Tell me your answer in your broken music, for your voice is music and your English broken. Will you have me, Kate? Tell me your mind in your gentle, broken English grammar. Will you have me, Kate?
That will contempt.
Good, Kate, that's the right answer. And on that, let me kiss your hand and call you my queen.
No, please, sir, no, I beg you, excuse me, but no.
But let me kiss your lips then.
My lips? Before marriage? That is not a custom in France.
What did she say? Can you speak French? Anybody? Can you translate? Did you say yes or no? Did you say yes? Hands up. Did you say no? Oh, I'll try again later then. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come here. Mariam took on this part about 20 minutes ago. She had not seen this text before. We had a problem, and she stood in at the last minute. This shows you what motivation and good students can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wasn't she great? Lovely. I was only acting, of course. Now, where were we? Did you spot the aims of the lesson? Did you spot Henry's aims? His personal aims, his pedagogic aims? Did you get them? You know, one thing those teacher trainers I mentioned could do and don't is to teach us how to teach one-to-one classes and how to deal with students like Henry with special learning difficulties. You saw his difficulties. You know, but they don't, you see. They waste time flipping classrooms, blending classrooms, and so on. And another thing they could teach us, these teacher trainers, is how to use our voice and body language, as I said, to become more effective teachers. Agreed? You know the cliche, you know, a good actor, a good teacher is a bit of an actor. I don't know if you believe that. Do you believe that? Well, to some extent it's true. We can learn a lot from actors, though, as we shall see in the next sketch. The next sketch is called the masterclass. Is that right? Have I got the right one? Is that the right one? It is.
It's the audition, the masterclass.
The audition. Yeah, it's an audition, and I'll explain everything. This is my candidate, your victim, my victim. Okay, let's go. The masterclass. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Welcome to the Royal Academy of Acting for Teachers, RAT. Now, Trevor, you would like to join us here at RAT to improve your voice and body language and so become a more effective teacher. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Have you prepared something for us this evening?
I have. It's a speech from Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3. It's the Ulysses speech.
That's the Ulysses speech, Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 3, page 36 in your new Penguin edition for those of you who want to follow here. Now, Trevor, before we begin, I would like you to imagine that you are like a racing car going around the track, okay? And I would also like you to imagine that you have a video camera connected to you, so we're going to get a good view of the track. Now, in a moment, I'll be taking your engine apart, piece by piece, oiling it, and putting it back together again. Okay, so we're going to get a good view of that track. Okay, so would you like to give us a good view of that track, Trevor?
You mean read it?
Yes, Trevor, read the text, please. Now, you will be assessing his performance, so please, you are the committee of this Royal Academy of Acting for Teachers, and he is an applicant to join our great institution. Okay, Trevor, please read the text.
Time hath my lord a wallet at his back wherein he puts arms for oblivion, a great-sized monster of ingratitude.
Well, I think there's a lot of work to be done on this, Trevor. But before we go on, let's have a closer look at the text, please. What do you feel? What are you thinking?
Well, I've got this raging debate within me about whether, and the debate seems to be about whether women are victims or men are cowards.
Oh, all right, okay. We can forget the raging debate within you for now, Trevor, because we've got a lot of work to do. We'll forget the raging debate. We may come back to it later. But now let's concentrate a little bit on the text. Are you ready, Trevor? Tell me, Trevor, what is the word, I wonder, that Shakespeare decides to begin his sentence with?
Time?
Time, right. And
yes.
Tell me, Trevor, how does Shakespeare decide to spell that word time? I mean, does he decide to spell it in an unusual way? How does he decide to spell it?
T-I-M-E.
T-I-M-E. And tell me, Trevor, what kind of spelling of the word time is that?
It's the ordinary spelling.
It's the ordinary spelling, isn't it? It's the conventional spelling.
Yes.
And tell me, Trevor, of all the possible ways that Shakespeare could have chosen to spell the word time, why do you think he chose this particular spelling?
Well, to give us time in the ordinary sense.
To give us time in the ordinary sense. Good. So Shakespeare has given us time in the ordinary sense, and he's given us time in the conventional sense. But Trevor, Shakespeare has also given us something else too. Have a closer look at the typography. What do you see?
It's got a capital T.
Shakespeare's T is very much a capital T, isn't it, Trevor?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's the first word in the sentence.
Well, I think that's partly true. But I think there is another reason too, isn't there, Trevor? Think. When do we use capital letters at the beginning of words? When do we spell words with a capital letter?
Oh, when they're important.
When they're important, when they have a conceptual sense, when they have an abstract sense. So Shakespeare has given us time in the conventional sense, and he's given us time in the abstract sense. Now, Trevor, do you think your voice is ready to convey that, Trevor, to this esteemed audience?
I hope so.
I hope so too, Trevor. Give it a go, give it a go.
Just the one word?
Just the one word for now, Trevor, please. Just the one word. Trevor, where do we begin from?
Oh, right. From the bottom.
Always begin from the bottom. From the bottom, Trevor. Take it again. Take it from the bottom.
Time.
What went wrong there, Trevor?
I don't know. I've got to be lost in the middle, I
Not
think.
to worry, not to worry, not to worry. Because what I want you to do now, Trevor, is to begin to add some of your own personal feelings to the text. Feelings of hopelessness and despair. Feelings of triumph and joy. Feelings of love and hate. Feelings of foolishness. Feelings of Troy. Troy falling, falling. Feelings of Troy rising, rising from the ruins. Feelings of jealousy, envy, greed.
Ambition?
No. Leave ambition out, Trevor. No, take it from the top.
You mean from the bottom?
Hey, you're good. From the bottom. Take it from the bottom.
So
well done, Trevor. Congratulations. That's wonderful. You've made great progress. This is exciting work. I'm very excited. I hope the audience are excited. Are you excited? Are you excited?
Oh, yeah.
This is very exciting work. This is the most exciting work I have ever done. Now, Trevor, let's finish today's session by doing the whole text again, applying all the things we've learned, and beginning from the bottom. Take it from the bottom, Trevor.
Time! Ask my Lord of Wallet at his back wherein he puts arms for oblivion.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Don't call us, we'll call you. Thank you. So if we are all actors, to some extent, including teachers, what is good acting? Let's see. Well, Hamlet, the Prince of Denmark, as you know, is also an actor, and he's a lover of the theatre. And there is a famous scene in Hamlet where he gives advice about good acting to the players, the actors. And he focuses, as we shall see, on voice and body language. So perhaps Hamlet's advice is advice that we too can learn from. What does Hamlet say? Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. And do not saw the air too much with your hand thus, but use all gently, gently. Be not too tame neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action, with this special observance that you o'erstep not the modesty of nature. For anything so overdone is from the purpose of playing, whose aim both at the first and now was and is, as 'twere, to hold a mirror up to nature. That's his advice. Don't overdo it. Suit the word to the action and the action to the word. But Hamlet, or Shakespeare, also complains about one of the actors. Do you know which one he's unhappy with in the theatre? And Shakespeare was unhappy with? The clown. The clown. What was wrong with the clown? Hamlet says, let those that play your clowns speak no more then is set down for them. For there be some clowns who will themselves laugh to set on some barren quantity of spectators to laugh too. So let's see one such clown. One example. Bottom, the Weaver. From which play? Bottom, A Midsummer Night's Dream. Bottom the Weaver is also an amateur actor. If you remember the workers, and I saw the Rustavelli performing this fantastically, the workers meet in the forest to rehearse a play. The play is called Pyramus and Thisbe, but it's really the comic version of Romeo and Juliet. Shakespeare wrote Romeo and Juliet, the tragic version, and Pyramus and Thisbe, the comedy. And Bottom, our clown, has just been given the star part of Romeo. So let's see what he says. Over to you, Bottom. Take it from the bottom.
What is Romeo? A lover, a tyrant, or a clown? A lover who kills himself for love. If I do it, let the audience look to their eyes. I shall bring storms. But my real talent is for a tyrant. I could play Hercules or a part to tear a cat in. The raging rocks do shake the shocks and break the locks. But let me play Juliet. I will speak in such a monstrous little voice. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? And let me be the lion too. I will roar that I will make any man's heart do well to hear me. I will roar that I will make the audience say, let him roar again, let him roar again.
Let him roar again. Roar again. Roar again. Roar. Roar. But if you do it too terribly, we will frighten the ladies and they will start to shriek, and that will be enough to hang us all.
But I will aggravate my voice and do it as gently, roar as gently as any dove. Roar, roar. Or I will roar softly like a nightingale. Tweet, tweet.
So, my friends, the clowns talk too much, the clowns talk out of turn, and the clowns try to get cheap laughs, as you saw. Trevor, he's always done this. Forgive him. Does this sound familiar to you? Do you have any clowns in your classes? You said you were English teachers. Hands up if you have a clown in your class. At least one. Hands up, let me see. Hands up. Hands up if you, when you were a student, were you the class clown? I was. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I was the class clown. Hands up, class clowns. Hands up. No? Georgians are very well behaved or very modest. You're very, how boring, boring, boring. Now, Hamlet, as you know, there is no real clown in the play Hamlet because the clown is Hamlet himself. Hamlet says, I will put on an antic disposition, which in simple English means he's going to play the madman and the fool. Do you think he's playing the madman and the fool in the most famous speech? The most famous speech in Hamlet, the most famous speech in Shakespeare, the most famous speech in the whole of English literature, which begins with the words, to be or not to be. Is he playing the fool? He begins this speech like an English teacher teaching a class of beginners with the verb to be. And it's the verb to be that made me, as I stand here today, an English teacher. I graduated from the University of Bristol in English. I finished my degree a long, long time ago. And I wanted to travel, okay? And I saw a poster in the English department which said, teaching English as a foreign language in Greece. I didn't know what teaching English as a foreign language meant in those days, and I had never been to Greece, although my roots, as you may know, are Greek. So I was curious to go to Greece and teach English. But in order to get the job, I had to go and have an interview. The interview was in London at a big hotel. I went to the hotel. There was a big office there, a conference room, and the big fat owner of a big fat chain of private language schools, the first I had ever seen in my life, interviewed me. And to cut a long story short, he asked me a question which he thought would decide whether I could teach English or not. It was the litmus test, the acid test, the $64 question. Let's see if you could have answered this question. Are you ready for the big test? How many parts, he said, how many parts does the verb to be have? I said, pardon? He said, how many parts does the verb to be have? I said, well, I didn't know it had any parts. What are you talking about? I thought he was speaking Chinese or something. He said, and I had to get the job. I had to go to Greece. So I thought I must give him an answer. And I thought of my literature course at Bristol and Shakespeare and Hamlet. And I said, oh, I know, 2. He said, 2 wits 2. I said, to be or not to be? He said, ha ha, very funny. I got the job. That was 40 years ago. 40 years later, I'm still looking for the other 10 parts of the verb to be. I hope you know them. So, but we'll find them, I think. If we look in your program, you've got Hamlet, to be or not to be, with gaps. And we've nearly finished. Be patient. I want you to help me. My memory's not as good as it was. And as we read this, 2 things. When I forget my lines, I've given you some of the phrases and the gaps. Fill in the gaps as we go along. And when I forget, remind me of the next part of the speech. I'm sure you know it by heart anyway. Hands up if you know this speech by heart. It's easy, easy. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep no more, and by sleep to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished, to die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience doth make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with a pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pitch and moment with this regard their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. Good, thank you. Well done. You did well. But we've nearly finished now. Be patient with us.
No, we haven't.
You know the funny thing? Shakespeare is poet, playwright, and man of mystery. The funny thing about Shakespeare and his comedies is that his comedies are not funny, are they? Okay. And most of the time, most people who watch Shakespeare don't know what the hell he's talking about. They hardly understand anything. If they understand a couple of words, those words are probably to be or not to be. But do they know who really wrote Shakespeare's famous speech? And all the other speeches, do we really know who wrote Shakespeare's plays? Well, in the next sketch, the mystery of the author who really wrote Shakespeare's plays will be solved. So hang on there. Here in Tbilisi, today, we will solve this. Have you heard of the mystery of the authorship? Do we know who wrote Shakespeare? Who wrote Shakespeare? Shakespeare? Well, you could be right. Not everybody agrees. And we decided that we would have a world exclusive today in Tbilisi, where we would all discover together the real author of Shakespeare's plays.
Come, Bill, good to see you.
Sorry I'm late. The traffic was terrible.
Good to see you, Bill. Well, the play's going well, isn't it, eh?
Yeah.
Looks like we might have a bit of a smash on our hands.
Yeah, it's doing all right. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
They always seem to go for the ones with the snappy title. Hamlet. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, well, the Act 3 may be a bit long. I don't know.
Act 3 may be a bit long. I think, in fact, generally speaking, we've got a bit of a length problem.
A length problem? What length problem?
It's 5 hours, Bill, with the audience standing up.
Standing up? But there are seats for tuppence.
Yeah, wooden seats for those who can afford it. And no toilets.
And so?
And so that's why I think we should get rid of some of the dead wood.
Dead wood? What do you mean, dead wood?
You know, some of the weak lines.
Weak lines?
Yeah, some of that stand-up stuff in the middle of the action.
Stand up?
Yeah.
I mean, you mean the soliloquies? My monologues?
Yeah, your monologues, or whatever you call them. And I think we both know which is the problematic one.
Do we? Which is the problematic one?
To be noble in the mind, mortal coil. That one, the to be one. It's boring, Bill. The crowd hates it. It's boring.
I don't know about that. Happens to be my favourite, actually. Look, you cut one word of the to be speech, and I'm not doing the play.
Bill, Hamlet's out there going on about God knows what in one of those soliloquies of yours, while Claudius the King's already out there in the wings, waiting to come on, in that very funny costume of his. Waiting.
All right, you can cut the whole speech, all of it.
Bill, why do we have to fight over this? It's long, Bill. Long.
What do you want to do?
We could make it so snappy.
Snappy?
Yeah, you know, give it some oomph, some punch. How's it start, that speech?
To be.
Come on. After that.
To be a victim of all life's troubles on this earth, or not to be a coward and to take death by the hand.
There, I'm sure we can cut some of that.
No, absolutely not. It's perfect.
How about to be a victim or not to be a coward?
But to be a victim, that doesn't make sense. To be a victim of what? To be a coward about what?
Okay. Take out victim. take out coward, just start to be or not to be.
To be or not to be? You can't say that. It's rubbish.
But
Rubbish.
But it's short, William, it's short. Listen, it flows. To be or not to be, that is the question. De-dum, 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 dum-dum, de-dum.
You're damn right, that's the question. They won't have any bloody idea what he's talking about.
Well, right, let's leave that and go on, all right? Yep, let's, blah, 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 blah. Slings and arrows, good. Action, the crowd loves action. Take up arms, brilliant.
Yeah, well, I do my best. I have my moments.
Now let's see. Against those cursed doubts that do plague on man. Risky, Bill. Getting a bit risky here. Risque.
Risque?
Well, plague's a bit tasteless at the moment. A lot of people out there dying of the plague. We've had letters.
Well, yeah, I do get a lot of fan mail.
Complaining, Bill. Complaining. And set sail on a sea of troubles. This is good. Travel. Travel's very popular.
Travel? It's not about travel, it's poetry.
Poetry. Boring, Bill. Boring. So, let's just take out the weak bits and see what we've got. To suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take up arms against a sea of troubles. Good.
I resign.
Bill, it's brilliant.
It's crap. It's absolute crap. I mean, what's he talking about? He's going to pick up a bow and arrow, go down to the seaside. This is Prince Hamlet. I mean, if that's the best he can come up with, he might as well kill himself.
Creative thinking, Bill. Hamlet. Maybe he should kill himself.
What, in Act 1 at the beginning of the play? But he's the hero.
All right, okay. But we've got to think about bums on seats, Bill. I mean, we've got to sell tickets. Let's face it, it's the Ghost that's selling this show at the moment. The people love the Ghost. They love the sword fights. But no one likes Hamlet. No one.
All right. I'll get rid of him for you. Let's have a look.
With my speech, you won't?
Yeah. To die, to dream, perchance to dream, there's the rub. Hamlet stabs himself, dead, finished, gone.
Bill, I can see you're angry. I mean, I'm sorry. Hamlet has his moments. The angry stuff is very funny. I mean, it really is hilarious. But all I'm saying, Shaky, is let's just cut out some of the stuff in this incredibly long speech.
And all I'm saying is no. You cut one word and you can take my name off the poster.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do.
What?
If you let me cut some of that to be or not to be speech, I'll let you keep those awful Cockney grave diggers.
What, the grave diggers? Keep them? Both of them?
Yeah, you can keep both of them.
And all that stuff with the skull?
The whole sketch.
All right. You've got a deal.
Brilliant.
And we'll see which one history remembers.
Bill, I love you. That boy, he's never going to make it. What a pity. He could have had such a bright future. Be cheerful, gentle ladies. Be cheerful, gentles all. Our revels now are ended. These are actors, as I foretold you. We're all spirits and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, and all which it inherit, shall dissolve. And like this insubstantial pageant faded,
leave
not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep.
Our lessons now are ended. These, our students, as I foretold you, were but spirits and have worked in pairs, in groups and pairs. And like the baseless fabric of this session, the cloud-capped school, the gorgeous gadgets, the solemn teachers, the classroom itself, yea, all which it inherits shall dissolve. And like this insubstantial conference faded, leave not a word behind. Teaching is such stuff as dreams are made on.
I thought they were going to applaud, so I paused.
No, it's okay. They know when to applaud.
Every classroom is a stage, and all schoolmasters
or mistresses
and all schoolmasters and mistresses merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and teachers in their time play many parts in lessons of many stages.
At first, the icebreaker, breaking down barriers between teacher and learner.
And then presenter of target language, with clarity and care to capture the attention of students who crawl unwillingly to school.
And then the friend, smiling and supportive, with gentle words, making learners' grammar grow.
Then the tester, full of forms and index numbers, armed with marks, grading and ranking, quick in discrimination, seeking the carrot, motivation, but bursting the bubble, learner transformation.
And then the judge, sitting at home with piles of papers, with eyes severe and endless cups of coffee, full of corrections in red and underlinings, and so they play their part.
The sixth stage shifts into the classroom manager, master, mistress of time and space, facilitator of classroom interaction, and monitor of learners' progress, a model of language and correctness.
Using her voice.
Or his voice.
Using her or his voice to keep up the pace and keep down the noise. Last role of all, that ends a good teacher's history, the magic of transformation, teaching with artistry,
with music,
with painting, and with poetry. If we actors have offended, think only this, and all is mended. Imagine you've been sleeping here while these visions did appear, and everything that you have seen has been nothing but a dream.
But that's all one, for our play's done, and we'll try to please you every day. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies.
Good night to you, gentles all. Good night, good night, good night.
In the program, you should know I have something a little bit different, but I will use just 2 or 3 minutes to advertise a book which was created at our university. And we are very proud of it, and we had a presentation of it, but well, probably only a few of you could attend. That's why I will say a couple of words about this book. So the book is called Teaching English as a Foreign Language, Reading and Writing in Georgia. And the reason why we are so proud of it, it is that it was published by Cambridge scholars. And that's probably the first time that a group of researchers from our university created a book published in a respectable publishing house in Great Britain. That's why I want to mention about it, and if anybody is interested, so it gives a lot of details on theoretical issues of how to teach reading and writing, and also there are pieces of research done in Georgia. That's why the title of the book is Teaching Reading and Writing in Georgia, because the theoretical part is, of course, for anybody, but the research part has been done in Georgia. And if any of you are interested in probably purchasing it, so you can find the book on Amazon.com. And one of the authors as well, and among the authors, as I mentioned, we always try to attract our students in research, so 3 of authors are or were at that moment our PhD students. Okay, so the topic of my speech today is parent-school cooperation and father's role in it. Now, this is quite a popular topic for school education, because definitely parents play a great role in what children finally become. Of course, school plays also a great role, but if they cooperate, then the effect is as much as possible. Now I want to mention that I dedicate my speech to my father, because I deeply believe that thank you, that what I am, this is, I don't know, 90% due to him. But of course, school and university contributed to the other 10%. Sorry. First of all, the very term about parental involvement and parental participation. So the thing is that participation may be something more technical, like the father brings the child to school and takes him back from school. So it also plays the role, and it is also important, and the child feels that the father cares about her education. However, that's not the main thing, and parental involvement is very important. And I want to mention that the definition, according to McNeil, parent involvement is any action taken by a parent that can be theoretical to be expected to improve student performance or behavior. By the way, research which was held on parental involvement, and in particular in father's involvement in children's education, is surprisingly contradictory. There is research which says it's very influential, but there is research, and I found more researchers who say, no, not much result. That was very surprisingly for me, but I think the reason was how we understand parental involvement. For example, a son gets a poor grade, comes home, and the father probably uses corporal punishment or just shouts at the son. And in that case, that kind of parental involvement, it's better to have no parental involvement at all. So from this point of view, probably researchers did not define very well what they mean by parental involvement. Because if it is positive by its nature, it can't help bringing the results. That's my deep belief. Now, unfortunately, for today, in majority of countries, if not in all countries, when they say school parental involvement, so they usually mean mother, sometimes grandmother, maybe aunt, maybe senior sister, but definitely not father or grandfather or uncle or senior brother. Very seldom, unfortunately. That's the tendency all over the world. But I think that's a very bad tendency, because fathers have a great impact. By the way, another mistake is that Father's contribution should be and is huge to educating sons, not so much daughters. I absolutely disagree, and what I started my presentation with is an example when this is definitely not true, because I was, well, the only child. My father had no choice. Maybe had he had choice, he would contribute to his son more, I don't know. But he hugely contributed to my development. Okay, so parental involvement does not mean only mother involvement. This is one of my very important issues that I want to say. Now, there are different ways how father's involvement may be. Well, the simplest one I have already mentioned. This is just bringing the child to school and taking the child back. This is very widely spread because not all mothers have a car, or not all mothers can drive a car. And nowadays, children usually live not very close to the school, so it's a natural part when fathers just bring and take children to and from school. But of course, other things are much more important, like systematic or periodic monitoring of what and how the child is doing at school. This is unfortunately mostly done by mothers, which is not a very good idea. Especially this is not a very good idea in countries where mother's education average level is lower than father's educational average level. So in these countries, at least, fathers should be much more involved than they usually are in checking what their children are doing at school and how they are doing it. Helping to do the lessons, generally I am against it, but well, from time to time, why not? And helping with extracurricular education, this is what my father did a lot to me, and I think this decided finally what I have become. And taking part in school events, that's quite unusual all over the world. In some countries, a little bit more usual. But generally, unfortunately, there are few, if any, events at school where fathers are involved, beginning with just ordinary meetings between the teacher and the parents. Usually, mothers, grandmothers, aunts, etc. Attend those meetings. But it's not only about it, it's about the wonderful holiday which nowadays many countries have, which is Father's Day. Very few schools celebrate Father's Day. A lot of schools celebrate Mother's Day. In Georgia, I think every school does. But I haven't heard about a school in Georgia. Maybe somebody tells me I'm wrong. But I haven't heard about any school in Georgia that celebrates Father's Day. Or just some events like family competitions, whole family coming and planting trees, etc., where fathers are involved. So that's a wonderful format of fathers' involvement. Because, you know, nowadays, by the way, on the Facebook, there was a wonderful picture. Wonderful, I would say a very sad picture, but wonderful from the point of view that it reflects the reality. Father, mother, and a couple of children walking in the park, one of them looking into some gadget, another listening to music, another just talking on the mobile phone, and it was called Four Solitudes. So unfortunately, being in the same place with your child and contributing to your child's development is not the same, but too many fathers understand that if they are in the same room with their children, that's already great achievement. And, well, attending school meetings, which is absolutely untypical for fathers. Now I'd like to address the audience. I'm quite happy that we have enough males, not only females, because the questionnaire is for fathers. And I want you to respond by raising your hands. How often do you attend, or did you attend school meetings or other school events? No hand. How often does or did your children's school invite fathers to participate in special school events? Again, no hands. Such a pity. Has it happened that you were invited to school but did not go? How do you get information about your child's school life? From my wife, from my child, from school teacher or administration? Probably the most rare case is from the child. The most rare case, and that's also not a very good attitude. So, frankly speaking, if you want to get information about how your child is doing at school, first you should ask the child, then the teacher, and only last your wife. But in reality, it's vice versa, unfortunately. If you do go to school meetings, it is because your wife is dead, ill, or absent. You equally share this responsibility with your wife, very seldom. You have more free time than your wife. No man will recognize it even if he has. You think this is the best way to help your child learn? Well, that should be the good answer, but few people usually choose it. If you refuse to go to school, you claim this is because you are too busy, even if you are not. You are divorced and your ex-wife does not let you be involved in the child's upbringing. Unfortunately, it often happens. So here, ladies, don't behave like this, please. You view attending school as mother's responsibility. Majority of fathers deeply believe so. You are not invited personally. So, but by the way, this is very important. If the school says, we invite parents, who will go? Mother. If she is busy, grandmother. But if school says, we invite father, in that case, probably father will have to go. And I don't think still many will go, but at least some. According to systematic theory of Bromf and Brenner, relationships between spouses are very important for the style which the father takes for his involvement in child's education. That's why the more husband and wife speak to each other, the more they try to understand each other, to listen to each other, the more father is usually involved in child's education, which is wonderful. So there are several more factors which are involved, which have an impact on the father involvement in child's education. Among them, the style of relationships in the family. So if it is a typical patriarchal family, the father will never go to school. Father's educational level, usually the higher the father's educational level, the more ready he is to be involved in the child's education. The research has shown that father's economic status has nothing to do with father's involvement. There are fathers with a high level of economic status and with a low one, and who either are totally uninvolved or very much involved. So economic factor has nothing to do with it. Children's age. The older the children are, the more involved fathers become. Because fathers usually have big problems. Well, they like playing with little children. Like fathers like playing football with their sons, why not? But as for being involved in teaching them ABC, counting and such things, fathers usually have no patience. But when it comes to something more complicated, then they are ready to be involved. I remember my own husband who started to be involved with educating my daughter when she was already 14. Before it, he avoided it very much. Children's gender, by the way, from this point of view, the research is contradictory enough because there are fathers who are more involved in sons' education, but there are fathers for whom it does not matter, and they are equally involved in daughters' and sons' education. So that's a contradictory issue. So it depends on, as I have already mentioned, the patriarchal or non-patriarchal style of relationships in the family. And teacher's gender, by the way, all previous items I had in my mind before I started writing the paper, but the last one I just read in some publications, which was a little bit a shock for me, that fathers avoid going to school and meeting the teacher or school administration if the teacher or administrator is a woman. But if it's a man, they feel much better because they somehow feel awkward in front of a lady teacher or administrator criticizing them, etc. But if a man teacher or administrator does so in that case they feel much better because they feel like on the equal ground. That's why if you as school teacher or school administrator want to attract your school children's fathers to school, probably first try to do it with male teachers' participation, and it might help. And I myself held the questionnaire like the questions that I have read to you. I will not speak about the details of questionnaire, but I want to mention that among 175 participants, so the questionnaire was on my Facebook, and it was done through SurveyMonkey. And I was waiting for 3 months for people to respond because they were not very eager to respond. And among participants, there were parents, there were school teachers, there were school administrators. Majority of participants who answered the questionnaire, as expected, were women. Men did not care to answer. Unfortunately, probably they don't think it's quite important, and they're very wrong if they think so. However, I don't think that all the responses are very much true to life. For example, the first question was, how often do fathers attend school meetings with parents? And you see 74% of respondents said often. I don't know. I've been to school, Georgian school. I have never seen a father there. So probably, yeah. Okay. No, I'm not saying that nobody should have answered like this, but the high number is quite surprising me. But probably, people who were interested in this questionnaire were people who were interested in fathers' participation in their children's schooling. That's why had people who are not interested answered the question, probably the answers will be, from the point of view of percentage, quite different. First of all, educated children. Second, if they want to be close to their children, because there is no other way to be close with your children than to do some job together. Not just to have a good time, but to do some job, and education is a sort of job. About 1/5 of respondents, of my respondents, deeply believe that this is mother's responsibility to be connected with school. And I deeply believe that this opinion has to be changed. And if not equally, but more or less equally should be the correct answer to my mind if we want our children to develop adequately. My aim was neither to blame the fathers that they are not very much involved in their children's education, nor to blame schools which do not create conditions for fathers not to be involved in school events. But my aim was just to raise the consciousness on this issue And if at least 2-3 people start thinking about, and by the way, I'm not addressing only gentlemen in this room, but I'm addressing ladies as well, because, well, we can stimulate our husbands to be better involved in their children's education, fathers. So we have a great impact on that, and my aim is much more that. And my aim is also school teachers and school administrators who should start thinking about this and start organizing events to which fathers, or at least let it be grandfathers and uncles, a male close relative of the child who should be involved in such events. And it is very important to inform society that father involvement is as important, if not more important, for child's education than mother's involvement. By the way, it depends very much on the country, and if in European and other Western countries there is a tendency with higher father's involvement, but in Southern countries, in Asian countries, there is a lower level of father involvement, generally, traditionally, according to traditions. But the traditions are changing, but they may change only after maybe decades of work, showing how good it is when, how happy it makes the child, how educated it makes the child if father is involved in his education. And of course, another way is for school to, when they announce to children that next week there will be a parents' meeting from time to time, at least once a year, to announce next week there will be fathers' meeting. And please bring your fathers, or at least grandfathers, uncles, senior brothers to the meetings, because we want to have a male impact both on boys and girls. And of course, research on the issue should persuade the society, because traditionally they say, well, that's mother's responsibility and mother has a great impact, father cannot have that great impact. But if research proves, and more than once, that father's impact is very positive in that case, and if these results are brought to the white society, then the society probably with time will change their opinion. As for interviews, that's in my further plan. Generally, I got interested in the topic of father's role in child's life, not only education, but life on total, and I'm planning to write a book on that. And that's my second research that I'm doing around different aspects of the problem. So those of you who are or who will be my Facebook friends, please pay attention, because more questionnaires and more interviews will appeal there around the topic. And don't think that that's the same one. That will be a new one, a different one. And I'm going, of course, to hold interviews, because only questionnaire is not enough. I'm going to visit schools and to have interviews not only with fathers, but also with school teachers and school administration, to find out the real situation, etc. And I'm going to visit, to have a historic overview also, for example, some famous people's fathers and how they impacted their children's development and so on. So, but if you have any interesting materials connecting with father's role in child's life, I welcome you to contact me directly. You can find my mail on IPSU website. I will be happy for any kind of contribution, like personal stories from your families, for example. And also, because in my book there will be such parts as well. And if you want to contribute, it may be personal, or you can name yourself. You can even send me some good photos, father with children. But also it can be anonymous, so it will be up to your choice in what way you are ready to contribute. So I will be very happy if you, your friends, somebody whom you know, you recommend people to participate in this my work, because I believe deeply that that's one of big educational problems in Georgia. Because, you know, majority of teachers are females at school, even at university nowadays, like 75%, especially in humanities and social sciences, majority of teachers are females, at home, mother, grandmother, and children grow up with very little male impact. And then we are asking, why don't we have real men? That's why. And if I manage to contribute at least a little bit that the situation in Georgia changes, and we again have our Georgian, what we call it in Georgian, vashkatsebi, their participation in their children's lives. If it changes 1%, I will be very happy. Thank you.
That's our subject in this digital age, 21st century, with all these apps. So let me find out a bit about you. Whatever we're doing, whether it's digital or whether it's coursebook, paper-based, interaction with learners is the name of the game, isn't it? Any book, even when you were a learner of whatever, you can adapt to the question. Because the question is, think of a coursebook.
Think about that as we create our courses, as we create our podcasts. Okay, so why is this important? Of course, we create the goals, and then we create our lesson plans, our syllabi, our curricula, those sorts of things. And then monitoring and assessment. Today we're talking mostly about monitoring and assessment. But corpus linguistics.
So they will. How many of you think that it is necessary to participate in political processes? Then, what is the difference between a political party and a faction? Do you remember what is faction? Which is bigger? Political party?
We have your, I don't know, Georgian cuisine, Thai cuisine, Russian cuisine, and so on. Okay? But I read in Anthony Williams' piece, a very good author who often writes about globalization, especially globalization in education. That's a good point. However, Western culture changed a lot of stuff in different geographical locations.
Welcome back to our second day of our conference, and I would like to introduce the keynote speaker from Socrates to Sugata Mitra, a dialogue with digital natives, our beloved professor, Luke Prodromou. So I want to tell a couple of words about him. He graduated from Bristol University in English with Greek and has an MA in Shakespeare Studies, a diploma in TEFL, and a PhD in English as a lingua franca. He has conducted teacher training courses for pilgrims to the University of Edinburgh and ESADE and many other institutions all over the world. He has been a plenary speaker at many international conferences. Please welcome Dr. Luke Prodromou.
Well, it's a bit chilly today. It's not as warm as it was. So what do good teachers do before they begin the lesson? We do a warm-up. And this is for Kevin. Kevin asked me, where is he? Especially to warm you up so he can cool you down later. Okay, so let's just go to, before we talk about digital this and traditional that, let's just go to our classes. Imagine our typical classes with all their diversity, whether you have large classes, hands up, large class, small class, average class, or whether you have classes with students who are motivated, less motivated, with discipline problems, fewer discipline problems, all that diversity, special learning difficulties nowadays. It's very fashionable to talk about learning difficulties of learners rather than teaching difficulties of teachers. But anyway, imagine diversity. And to warm you up, when I say something about the good lesson, teaching the good lesson in these types of circumstances, the diversity of everyday teaching, whatever it is. Stand up and sit down. Stand up and sit down. What is a good lesson, whether digital or traditional? So let's say, let's compare what we do as teachers to other things that human beings enjoy doing, and see if there is a connection between teaching a good lesson and the other things that ordinary people enjoy doing. I mean, for example, a good lesson. I'm thinking about what makes a good lesson. I know from last night in Tbilisi, we went to this place, a nice restaurant, where people were dancing. It's something people seem to enjoy doing. Eka, some people. Is a good lesson in any way like a dance? Stand up if you think, well, yes, to some extent, stand up and sit down. So some of our colleagues did not stand up, either because they don't think a good lesson is in any way like a dance, or because they don't want to stand up. But if you do what I ask you, stand up when I make a statement, you may actually live longer, because it's good for the blood circulation and so on. Okay, perhaps a good lesson is like a piece of music. Whether it's a traditional piece of music or a classical piece of music, is it like a piece of music? Stand up if you think yes. Well, a lot of people. Sit down. A good lesson is like a good meal, like having a good Georgian meal. Hands stand up. Sit down. You see, you think a dance, there are people moving together in harmony. In terms of multiple intelligences, there are lots of intelligences activated, above all the kinesthetic, of course, the musical intelligence and so on, the affective intelligence, interactive, interpersonal, and so on. So we have dance, we have music, we have a good meal. Is a good lesson, on the other hand, a bit like a narrative with a beginning, a middle, and an end? It's like a story. Sit down. It's like a journey. It's like a journey. Sit down. It's like, sit down. You have to up and down. To get the health benefits, you can't stand up all the time. It doesn't count. Yes. So you're going to wait. How do you know, Mehmet, that you agree with what I'm going to say? You may not agree. I mean, if I say teaching a good lesson is like playing a game of bowling, you know the game bowling? Is teaching a good lesson like bowling? Think about this now. What makes a good player at bowling? You know, 10-pin bowling. You have 10 pins. Let's say the pins are the students. Our task is to roll the bowl, or the bowl, and hit. Touch. To touch. This word touch has two meanings. To touch, to hit, to make contact, and also to move the emotions. To touch. Where do we throw the ball or the bowl if we want to knock down the maximum number of pins? In the middle? Imagine the class with all its diversity. Mixed level classes. Diversity, students with special learning difficulties, learning styles. We want to reach all of them. Do we teach our lesson down the middle, as somebody said? Do we pitch the level? Do we adopt a kind of average style, an average methodology? Who thinks we throw the ball somewhere else, not down the middle? We can use differentiated instruction. So if we have differentiated learning, We have differentiated instructions or differentiated techniques. Very nice, thank you very much. Somebody said that, look, this comparison of teaching is like bowling is no good because there is no middle, there is no average, there is no average student. Every student is different. We have differentiated and there is no average student. Do you agree? When you think about it, average. In tests, when we go to the other world of testing, quantitative assessment, statistics, there you can talk about numbers, which are average numbers, but people can't be average, can they? If you see what I mean, they're all different, all unique. ¿Estamos de acuerdo? We agree so far? What about teaching is like a marketplace? Today we talk a lot about the world, globalization, the financial crisis, the economic system, neoliberal system, which is everywhere. And somebody said, well, teaching is a marketplace. It's part of this marketplace. Stand up if you agree. Ah, interesting. You don't have to stand up, you know. You have a right to disagree. So anyway, thank you very much. I've warmed you up. Kevin, is that always Kevin? Is that all right? Is that enough? Are you happy? Good. Now we can get on with our lesson. Okay. So I have to begin with an apology. I began with something for Kevin, but now I have to apologize because I've come very unprepared. You know, I'm a very busy man, and I had so much to do when Nicolos asked me to take part in your conference. I didn't really have much time to prepare this talk. So I have a little bit of information and material to present to you, but because I don't have enough material, I've decided to do the same talk twice. Is that okay? I'll repeat it. Is that all right? Just to fill up the 1 hour. You don't mind. Well, the first time I'll do it without technology, and the second time I'll do it with the PowerPoint. That's a good idea. Let's do the same talk twice. Let's do it first with paper. Just the teacher and the students interacting. Okay? And then we can come to our PowerPoint. Is that okay? Now, having said that, I'll break my promise to you and begin with what was on the PowerPoint before I just switched it off. Were you paying attention to the words on the board? Let's see. Those of you who noticed the quotation from a great poet, which may relate to our subject today, which began with, where is the wisdom? It began with the word wisdom. So this is a big concept, wisdom. Where is the wisdom, said the poet. We have lost in knowledge. So we have two key words here. Wisdom, which is the big umbrella word. We have knowledge, which is a big word as well, but not the same as wisdom. Do you agree? Wisdom and knowledge, they're not the same thing. You can have a lot of knowledge, but not a lot of wisdom. Agreed? Agreed. And you can have wisdom without a lot of knowledge. I mean, our grandmothers who grew up in villages, my mother was illiterate. My mother couldn't read or write. My grandmother couldn't read or write. So she didn't have a lot of knowledge about the world, and she couldn't read or write, but she had wisdom, possibly, okay? So where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? And where is the knowledge we have lost in information? And we come to the 21st century. Today, here and now, we are in a period where which of the three dominates? Does the world today have wisdom, do you think? Are we behaving in a wise way? Does the world have knowledge? Does the world offer us information? Which of the three? Hands up for it's a world of wisdom. Hands up, it's a world of knowledge. To some extent, a good university like this one will give you knowledge. But what is easy, and we all have it, even I have the last one, information It's everywhere. You can't get away from the stupid stuff. Anyway, so yeah, that's the poet. The poet was Thomas Stearns Eliot, T.S. Eliot. Okay. So that was the PowerPoint. I said I wouldn't use that. We'll come back to that. Let's go back to the sheet so we can interact together without technology. Put your hand up if you agree with this statement. Today, young people today are natives of a digital world. And so, well, first of all, do you agree with that? That young people are natives? Hands up. In other words, they were born into the digital world. Okay? So they think and learn differently from the past. True or false? Hands up. We don't have to agree with this. This is said by somebody who's an expert in technology, as you shall see later on when we go to the second version of the presentation. So this guy says two things. That the world today is the world of digital natives, the young generation, and this means they think. This is an amazing thing to say, that historically we have a huge shift in the way people think and learn from the past. Who is the past? That's people like myself. Hands up if you think you are a digital immigrant. I'm a digital immigrant. I was not born. I remember a blackboard with chalk, paper and pencil and all the rest of it. So hands up the digital immigrants. Stand up the digital natives. Somebody who was born and the digital revolution had already begun. Anybody? Some, yeah, that's what, don't be shy, perhaps stay shy. So those are the two groups. Now, we are also teachers, most of us here, right? And this quotation says, teachers, do you agree with this? Teachers who are digital immigrants are unable to relate to their students' affinity, their familiarity, their identity with technology, information, communication, technology. Do you agree with that? That we teachers who are immigrants cannot relate? Hands up if you agree. Because this is a very strong statement. It means that there is a gap, a fixed gap between us. Myself, for example, and you digital immigrant teachers with your digital natives, that they inhabit a different world. They learn and think in a different way. You don't agree with that? How interesting. This has implications, perhaps, which we'll come back to. Let's go to number 3. Oh, we've done number 3. Number 4. Now, multimedia everywhere, okay? PowerPoint, interactive whiteboards, mobile devices, apps. Think about the whole range. Bring them all to mind. All the things we hear about every day at conferences, okay? Now, we are teachers, though. All of this is equipment which helps us to do our job. Our job is to teach, to motivate those learners and to teach them English language for most of us here. Agreed? This is our job. We are language teachers, and if you like, if you want to be ambitious, you can say we are educators. That's if we want to flatter ourselves, that we don't just teach the present perfect, but we teach about making the world a more perfect place. Educators, let's say. So, do you think then that the multimedia revolution helps us to deepen comprehension and to strengthen learning? That's the big question. Does it? Yes or no? Hands up, yes, it does help me. Hands up, no, I definitely don't think it helps. Hands up. You don't have to agree with each other. You can also be in the middle. You can say the jury is still out, as we say. We don't know yet, you can say. Agreed? You may feel instinctively that the digital revolution in the classroom and outside the classroom is motivating learners. That's one thing. And secondly, that it's facilitating second language acquisition, which is the only reason, those two are the only two things, reasons, which will make us adopt digital devices. Don't you agree? All the rest is extra. It's aesthetic. It's personal. You know what I'm getting at? We are teachers. In the past, we had cassettes, we had audio, CDs, we had videos, we had all kinds of equipment, television. But nothing compares to the power and the universal impact of digital technology. Do you agree? That it's not a difference in quantity, it's a difference in kind, quality, yes. It's something different. It's a real revolution, like the Industrial Revolution. Do you agree? So these are the questions we're asking. The digital has given, oh yes, the next one, B. The revolution, the digital revolution, has given teachers more ways to respond to students' individual needs. I began, in Kevin's warm-up, I began with the fact that most classes have differentiated learning conditions because our learners have different ways of learning. They may have special needs, special difficulties. Now, this is common. It's always been common, but today we recognize it more. Special learning difficulties, diversity, in a word. Does the digital revolution help us to respond to those needs? So, imagine one of your weak learners. Let's say you have a learner with hyperactive attention deficit disorder, whatever. A student who is autistic, a student who is dyslexic. Think of all those special. You have those? Some? Okay. Does digital technology facilitate, help you to make their learning easier? Yes? It's important, isn't it? Hands up if it does. I can give you an example. I'm a digital immigrant, okay. I was always interested in the weak learner. My passion was the bad learner, perhaps because I was a bad learner, I don't know. These weak learners, and the fact that they suffered through not being able to participate, in tests particularly. They always did very badly in tests. And the digital revolution comes along. And suddenly, testing gives us digitally, more options. Instead of the fear of sitting down and taking a paper test on one occasion and possibly failing with disastrous consequences, suddenly we have computer-based language testing. And this gives us a flexibility, a more, if you like, tolerant environment for taking a test than traditionally. So it helps the weak learner to take the test online when he or she wants to get feedback without feeling humiliated, without losing self-esteem. You see what I mean? So there's a positive thing for me in dealing with these problems, and technology has helped us to tackle them. Do interrupt me. We have microphones if you want to say something. I don't mind being interrupted. I must be interrupted. Teachers should recognize the need for integrating technology in their teaching. Now, look very carefully here. We can agree with everything we've said so far. Do we also agree with this modal verb, should? Should. Teachers should integrate the technology into their teaching. Hands up now, think very carefully. We are also a diverse group of teachers. Should means you must, more or less. Hands up, yes, we should integrate. Hands up, no, I don't agree with this statement as it is. Hands up. Because should means everybody has to do it. So I think, you think, everybody has to. We have somebody who disagrees. And we can see the difference if you take out should or must and put in another modal verb. Which one could we replace? May, ought to, might, could. And you see there's a world of a difference. There's a world of a difference. We'll come back to this interesting question and the context you mentioned, parts of the world where the technology may not be available or appropriate. We'll come back to that in just 1 minute too. The next one says, the teacher's role, we have to agree or disagree and complete. The teacher's role is to do what learners want. So far, up to there. If I stop there and I say, look, we live in a learner-centered world. We believe in the learner and learner-centeredness. Should we do what the learners want? Our job, what does it say? Our role is to do what learners want. Hands up. But you can also change it. You can complete it and say, well, wait a minute. Want? Do you do what your learners want? To some extent. There's a microphone if you want to explain your position. Anybody like to say about this want? And yes. Do they want chocolate? Well, most of them want chocolate. Do they want to play games? Do they want to listen to songs? Do they want to do nothing but just talk to their friends? Yeah, okay. Do they want technology? Now, one of the arguments in favor of the digital technology in the classroom is that students want it, that it motivates them, that it engages them. Now, that's part of my question here. From your experience, this generation, where there are children and adults, of course, but generally, do they like technology in the classroom? Hands up. So that's that part of the question. Now, the need, though, but we have to do what they want and also what they need. When you go to the doctor, you don't do what you want. To some extent, you can say, I'm not going to take this cortisone because it's too strong. I want something else. But the doctor's going to tell you what you need. You're not going to, if you try to solve your own health problems, you may not live very long. Agreed? Agreed. We are the experts. And there are times when, if you give them homework, do they want to do homework? Usually no, unless you motivate them, but usually no. But do they need to do homework? Yes. Yeah. Do they need to revise? Do you like revising when you have to go over everything you've done? No, not always. You see what I mean? So we need both of those verbs. And technology is on the want side, and we have to explore today whether it's also on the need side. We need technology for second language acquisition. Without it, we cannot, 1, motivate learners, 2, encourage second language acquisition. Okay, this is the argument, the big debate that we are going through now. Now, you mentioned, what's your name? Nana? Nana, you said something about other parts of the world where the technology may not be available. Now, here, number 7, I wonder which of you already knows who said this about these other parts of the world that Nana mentioned. Children in the rural slums of India are capable of teaching themselves everything all on their own. Now, okay, so who said this? Now, can you take the microphone a little bit? What's your name again? Maka. Now, tell us a little bit. For those of you, hands up if you know Sugata Mitra, not personally, and not in the biblical sense. You've heard of him. Sugata, wait a minute. Okay, a few. So, in brief, put all your teaching skills into summarizing, briefly, why we are talking about Sugata Mitra.
We are talking about Sugata Mitra because he did revolutionary revolution in India, in New Delhi. He made a hole in a wall in India, and he helped children how to use this new digital technology in India. Yesterday, I also listening this in TED Talk.
His TED Talk.
Yeah,
he
TED
did
Talk.
a TED Talk.
TED Talk, yeah, program, and I was listening to Sugata Mitra.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
so,
and
thank you, great. Did you hear that? In India, this scientist, he's a scientist, not a teacher, basically. He noticed that in some remote villages or poor suburbs of India, some children were not being taught and they weren't learning because either the government didn't want to spend the money or because teachers didn't want to go to these slums, they didn't want to go to these villages. So he did this simple thing, as you said. He went to these places with the children running around with bare feet, with no education. He made a hole in the wall like the ones we have for an ATM, and instead of an ATM for money, he put a computer, okay? And he protected the computer. And the children came around and they had never seen one before, says the theory. They hadn't seen the computer before, and he left them there. And he went away back to Delhi, Sugata. And he came back a few weeks later, after 2 months, thank you. And he noticed that these kids who didn't know English and they didn't know computer literacy had taught themselves to use the computer and to start exploring and learning about the world, including learning enough English to use the computer. And then, the second stage, he started giving them questions to solve. Find out this scientific, historical, geographical information. Difficult stuff. He went away, and he came back, and they had found the answers. And Sugata, as the months went by, wrote articles about his research, and the basic conclusion is, he's in England now, at Newcastle University, that because of the computer revolution, we do not need to teach basically anything to students anymore. There is one exception. They can teach themselves. We are redundant. He's not ashamed to say this. I saw him in Greece a couple of months ago. And he says this. We do not need to teach the things that they can learn for themselves, he's saying. The only thing he says, because there is a theory behind this. There is a very interesting theory about collective learning, about collaborative learning. And Vygotsky and scaffolding, these people can tell us a lot about why the kids were able to teach themselves. It's to do with collaborative learning, with group learning, and sharing, and scaffolding. You know what I mean? Yes? Stop me if I'm talking Chinese. But some of you may. You see what I mean? So he says, the traditional way of teaching is finished. Wake up to the future. Your job will be something else. To help, for example, what? What do you think our job will be? If it is not to give them information, remember T.S. Eliot. They can get the information. They can get the knowledge. Okay? So, what's your name again? Sorry. It's that Zviadi. So you think our role in the future will be to be facilitators. But of the three words T.S. Eliot gives us, Sugata would say, do they need us for information? For information? No, they've got Google, let's say, to put it simply. Do they need us for knowledge? Can they find out about the history of their country, the history of the world? It's a kind of information. I don't know. But what about wisdom? It's important. So discrimination, facilitating, and he also says helping them to discriminate between the truth and falsehood, between what is reliable information and what is genuine knowledge. Now, wisdom they will have to get from outside the computer, perhaps, from contact with parents, with friends, with people. That goes on. But the teaching part, we don't have much of a role to play. Okay? The school in the cloud, as he calls it. The cloud. There is the role of the granny, he calls him or her. The granny role is what you say, is to encourage, like a good grandmother may not have knowledge like we do, but a good grandmother or good grandparents, they love their grandchildren and they spoil them a little bit, but they encourage them, you see. So our role may be to encourage and to help them discriminate the reliable information from the rubbish. Okay? That's Sugata Mitra. We'll come back to him later when we do if we have time. Shall we move on? Ready? Shall we go? So that's the great revolution promoted by Sugata Mitra. Now, there is a dialogue, though. There is a counter-argument. Think now, from your experience, why Sugata's optimism may not be completely enough. It's not enough. What's the argument against what he's saying? Imagine all your kids in Georgia learning themselves, teaching themselves, and learning on their own around a computer. What problems do you think might arise? Let's have a dialogue with Sugata. The problem with Sugata is when he finishes his plenary, he just walks away. He doesn't wait to have a dialogue with his audience, because some of them throw things at him. He says they get very angry with him. So we can have a dialogue, though. What are the arguments against what he says? Can you think of an argument against just putting the computer there and going away? Here, well, let's please, to my friend from South Africa. Tell us your name again, sorry.
It's Bruce.
Sorry, Bruce. Bruce, please.
Back to the wants and the needs, that the student won't know what he needs to know for the future. I think that's the main thing.
He or she won't know what they need to know for the future. So we can help there. We can guide, we can facilitate appropriate learning, selective learning. Thank you, Bruce. Anything else? Well, thank God for the technology of the microphone. We can hear people right at the back with a bit of luck, if you just hang on there.
I guess some will be left behind because not everybody possesses the same skills of leadership, so some will be in the better position to get access to the information, while the others might be not that motivated.
Some get left behind. Because we could use all my time up, we could use all the time just talking. Well, let's carry on.
I think that they need constructive feedback. And also they should be well organized, and teachers should be like a facilitator, like a leader, like an advisor, I think. And also I think that we should feed their, they should be curious. Curiosity is the key in learning and teaching.
This goes back to your point about facilitation. Now, we could continue. A last one, because you're going to tell me you finished, Luke. You can't. Please, one more.
Okay. No. I'm from Georgia. I think that there would be a lack of socialization, which is really important thing in learning.
Socialization.
And if we are going to bring up the citizens of the world, we need socialization.
Thank you. That's a good point, because some people criticize Sugata in these terms. You are not even a teacher. You are a scientist. He was originally a scientist. This doesn't mean he can't be a good teacher, but he's not an educator. He's a scientist who solved this problem through an experiment. And as our previous colleague just said, there is more to learning than just information and even knowledge. Socialization, predictions about the future and what's going to happen, and being ready for this future. Perhaps he's simplifying a bit. And somebody over here mentioned that at the back, some people getting left behind. Well, some research has been done, counter-research to Sugata's own research, and this is the kind of thing they say. Number 8, for example, says, in the experiment, the bigger boys tended to dominate the smaller boys, the younger boys, and the girls tended to get left out. So this is a social problem which the computer itself will not solve. If the group is a little world, a little community, we know that in our communities we get leaders and we get followers, we get people who are active and involved and privileged, the elite, and we get people who are left out. This is not going to change just because you have a computer there, is it? So there's a lot of questions. It's good that Sugata is making us discuss these things. My point today with Socrates is to say, let's discuss these things in a critical way. We have a mind and we have a right to be critical. We have an obligation to apply critical thinking to all the things they're telling us, don't you think? So that's why I called it from Socrates to Sugata Mitra. Okay, number 10. The net is by design an interruption system, a machine geared for dividing attention. Do you agree with that? This is another argument now. Excuse me, I've just got... I think my phone has gone off. Sorry, I'm very sorry. I think it must be must be Trevor. I thought I heard it ringing. Sorry about this, carry on. Sorry, can you just talk amongst yourselves? I have to check my I thought there was a WhatsApp message. Sorry, I'm very sorry, carry on. I'll just answer this one and I'll be right with you. Oh, there's another one on Viber. Oh, my Viber. It's on silent mode. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Sorry about that interruption. Where were we? Where was I? What was I saying? What? Oh, it's an interruption system. Oh, yes, yes. Do you agree with that? Yes. When you're with your friends? We have seen clearly just now. Okay, we know. Okay, so this then is another thing to take into account. Why is this important? Well, think about it, and we'll come back to it. The next one, deep reading. What kind of reading do we usually do on the net? I read all the time, and I'm sure you do, on Wikipedia. We skim, we jump from bit to bit. The beauty of the net is that it allows us to read like this, superficially and in fragments. And we jump from one to the other, and that is the good thing. That is the strength. That's why we have the links. You're reading about one thing, you see a link, oh, you press that link. Then you go somewhere else, oh, another link, and you go to something else. The personal life of the author, personal life of the actor. Oh, I must find out about their personal life. Who were they married to? How many girlfriends have they had? Oh, what books did she like? And you see what I mean? There's another view now of reading, which is called deep reading. And I want you to think whether you today, in the 21st century, do this thing called deep reading. It's defined here. It is the ability to know in depth a subject for ourselves, to construct within our own minds the rich and idiosyncratic set of connections that give rise to a singular intelligence, a unique personal intelligence. Now, that's difficult as a quote, perhaps, but you see what this person is saying. That I take a book, an example. I'm reading a book now of 800 pages. 800. My favorite book is Middlemarch by George Eliot. I've been reading Jane Austen for the last year. Jane Austen. Can I read Jane Austen superficially? Have you tried reading Jane Austen? It's impossible to read her quickly. Her syntax, her vocabulary, her irony makes it impossible. I've been reading English since I was a baby. I read Mansfield Park recently, and you have to read carefully and read it again because her mind is rich and it's subtle and it's reflected in her syntax. You cannot appreciate Pride and Prejudice or Emma if you read quickly. Do you agree? Do you see what I mean? And it makes you think and you engage with the world of Jane Austen. This is what he means. Now, can I do that on the internet? Can you do it? Yes, let's hear the yeses, please. Is that Bruce? Please, Bruce, can we do this deep reading? Can we let Bruce have a word? The microphone for Bruce? There he is. Put your hand up, Bruce. Now, if we don't do the PowerPoint, don't worry. We started late. I have 15 minutes. We started late, Nicholas? I paid my money and I want my 60 minutes. Okay. So, Bruce, please.
Yes, but it's discipline. You've got to set yourself a goal. You're going to read this and you don't jump. And there is a lot of good information out there. And what you're talking about, there's a lot of news sites that are bots, but there's The Spiegel and there's The Atlantic, for example, big opinion pieces. You can read pages and pages of one thing, but it's very difficult because generally your mind tends to, but it is possible.
Thank you, Bruce. So what Bruce is saying, it is possible, but you do have to make an effort. But if you have the paperback, the Penguin Jane Austen in your hand, you don't have to. You must read. You have no choice. If you want to enjoy it, if you want to know what Mansfield Park is. And the same with George Eliot. My favorite book is 800 pages. And I love to get lost. Do you love to get lost in a book? In the world of the book. This is what this guy means. And we'll come back to this wonderful book called The Shallows, if we have the time. So, do you engage in deep reading? Very quickly now, put your hands up. Because a lot of my colleagues say, no, I don't. My friend Lindsay Clanfield, who you may have heard of, is a colleague of ours. When I asked this question, he was one of the people who put his hand up to say, no, I don't do deep reading anymore. He may have years ago read novels, books from page to page, from cover to cover, but he said, I don't do it anymore. And a lot of people don't do it anymore. You give them a book of 600 pages, say, I can't read that. You see what I mean? And what does this mean, though, if we engage or not? Okay, Socrates. Pay no attention to the opinion of the multitude. Know thyself. Where did I get this quotation from? Now, Socrates didn't say it first, but he said it later. Socrates saw these words, do you know, somewhere in Greece. Have you heard of Delphi, the oracle? The Greeks, for wisdom, used to go to the oracle, you know, and they asked the priestess to tell them about the future, to tell them the truth, to give them wisdom. And the motto at the entrance of Delphi, the oracle, the temple, was pay no attention to the opinion of the multitude and know yourself. And Socrates took know yourself from there. And who said the unexamined life is not worth living? You know this now. Who said the unexamined life is not worth living? Socrates. What did he mean? He meant do critical thinking. He was the first to promote the idea of critical thinking. Agreed? Saying to us, ask questions, have a dialogue with Sugata, with Bill Gates, and so on. Yes, all of these. Have you used these Web 2 activities? No? No examples? I thought you were converts to the digital revolution. Yes, please. What have you done digitally which helped your teaching to become more effective?
Yeah, I don't think it was digital, though. What I did is I had a PowerPoint presentation in a way, and unfortunately we don't have whiteboard, so my students could just come up to the board and there were some gaps they could fill in, and the PowerPoint they could see the sentences and they enjoyed it so much because they could see the sentences and they could just use the board instead of the whiteboard. So that's...
Thank you.
Instead of the smart board. Sorry, I meant we don't have the smart board. I used the whiteboard, and that's where they could just fill in.
Right, but was it digital?
No, I just used the projector.
But thank you anyway, lovely. And that shows that we can achieve the same objectives in different ways. But I was interested to hear examples of the digital approach. Please. Wikis. Now, wait a minute, get microphones so we can all hear you. Wikis, wikis, wikis. You know what they are? Okay, these...
Actually, I have set up 5 wikis so my students can learn in a digital environment. They can do research for different purposes and produce their own work on a digital environment, and that is actually very appealing to digital natives, to great effect, actually.
Using wikis for writing and sharing is a very good example, right? I don't know if, Kevin, you're going to talk about this in your writing session. He's going to mention it a little bit. But, you know, if you always believed, for example, to take up your example, what's your name? Evgenia. Your example. If you've always believed that writing together and sharing what students write with each other, not only the teacher, was a good thing in the traditional approach, with wikis and digital software generally, we can do this even better if we like the idea of students sharing and learning from each other. And it applies to writing, it applies to error correction, sharing and learning from each other. It's very Vygotskian, in fact, very collaborative. So there are lots of examples. So where I'm leading to, as I finish my first and main presentation, is that clearly the solution to these problems and the answer to the dilemma is you're going to do both. And the key words may be blended and flipping. Agreed? Hold those two words while we just, very quickly, we have 8 minutes to show you in a visual, not interactive, but PowerPoint form, what I've been talking about. And I'll have to go quickly, but you can then say to me at the end which presentation I preferred. Did you prefer when I was just using paper and talking, having a dialogue with you, or do you prefer when I do this? Okay, there's what we began with. We began with the metaphor of bowling, to reach or touch as many of the students as we can. And I said touch has more than one meaning. Now, which is the better way of touching students, this or this? Probably we'll say this. This is more like the Sugata Mitra approach, with students working together. The guy who said this about and invented digital natives and digital immigrants, this distinction, is the famous Mark Prensky. We'll come back to him later. He's the guy who said it, very influential. Have you heard of him before? Prensky. But digital immigrants like myself often feel like this. Hands up if you feel like this. Can't you do anything right? This is what my son says to me when I try to use the computer. So what we've been doing today is exploring these aims. So I've done it the wrong way round now. I'm telling you the aims at the end of the session, but never mind. Do you agree this is what we've been talking about? And we're really at number 3 now, to suggest the way forward. And I said keep the words blended and flipping in your minds, because that's probably where we're going to end up. We discussed these statements about whether digital technology helps to meet individual needs and to promote second language acquisition. I gave you the example of computer-based testing, which for me is a very positive development, because I always believed in helping the weak learner, and not only testing but teaching, and they're two different things. This is the prediction that the whole world is going to be digital, and the whole of education sooner or later is going to go digital. And you could ask yourself, in Georgia, is this prediction true? Is digital technology being used at kindergarten level in Georgia? Is it being used right up to the top levels of secondary education? Or do we still have to wait for the revolution to take place? A counter-argument is that a lot of this debate has a lot to do with business, with selling hardware and software. That's where this big business comes in. Is it true, do you think? Is big business part of this? Are the ministries and the hardware manufacturers and the software people, are they working together? Bill Gates, you see, he's a very generous man. He gives away iPads to Africa, laptops to the poor. But he's also involved in this organization for promoting the use, naturally, of computer technology. Is he an impartial participant, Bill Gates? He's a very generous man. He's a very nice man. But is he impartial? The quotation I gave you with should is actually from TESOL. It's an international organization of teachers, the most famous, if you like, most influential. And they say we should integrate. And we discussed whether we like the verb should for integrating technology into our teaching, or whether we could or might. This is revision now. I asked you whether you agreed or disagreed with these statements. You can think again about some of these things now that we've explored them together a little bit. Does it make us stronger as teachers? Does it empower us teachers, or does it make us weaker? Think about it. And this is the poor, which we mentioned, parts of the world where there is no technology. You do get these rich people like Bill Gates giving away the technology. But is that what they need, or do they need schools? Do they need teachers? Do they need face-to-face interaction? Where's the research? And that's something we haven't focused on. Where is the evidence for a lot of these claims? The guy who said teaching is a marketplace, education is a marketplace, is our friend Your friend, he's not my friend, but anyway, him, what's his name? Tony Blair, yes. Now, is he an impartial observer? He actually is a very rich man now, and he makes his money by advising governments and educational institutions to use the technology. He's made millions of pounds promoting this technology. So we have to question. This means Socrates is right. Question these people. Don't accept what they say without questioning. They may be right, but he's not an impartial observer. Prensky, the guy who invented digital natives and digital immigrants, he began his career teaching the poor in New York. Is he still teaching the poor in New York? No, he's on Wall Street, and he's advising the computer companies how to make more money out of selling computers. So is he an impartial observer? Am I an impartial observer? We don't know, but we question. That's really what I'm saying. Socrates has taught us to ask questions. And we are pedagogues, we are teachers. We ask questions to do with pedagogy, with education. Their job is business. Their job is selling their product. Do you agree? Our job is to be better teachers. So those are the kinds of questions we ask. And we don't only look at learners once, we are the experts. We know perhaps better than the students what their needs are. With your help, we explored a little bit about the wonderful Sugata Mitra. You should invite him perhaps, Nikolosh, if you can, if he agrees to come. He came to the Saloniki free. He didn't ask for any money. And you can tell him, well, you went to the Saloniki free, why can't you come to Tbilisi free? You do that, okay? And perhaps if you ask him, he'll come without charging 5,000 pounds. And this is what he claimed, that students can be totally independent. And we began to explore together whether this is true or not. And the theory behind this, as I said, is collaborative learning, scaffolding, and the way the brain works. If you allow the brain collectively to interact with other brains, eventually they will learn together. That's the theory, okay? And this has been tried. We have evidence that Sugata is right in some cases. In Mexico, this colleague of ours, she applied Sugata's method, and the results for her students got better and better. So it's worth looking at the research, isn't it? And this is positive, in favor of what Sugata says. On the other hand, we find that this experiment doesn't always work. You said some things that could go wrong, and indeed, some of these holes in the wall are abandoned, and we said some children take advantage, benefit, less so, and so on. So we're looking at the research. This is the guy who talks about deep learning. It's a wonderful book, which I recommend. He says this, dividing attention. There's the book. I recommend it. I think it's on the list. It's on the handout. He's positive about the digital revolution, but critical. And it's beautifully written, a lovely book. As educators, we're obviously interested in reading, and reading well, reading deeply, critically. Okay? Socrates, this guy, you know him, Rupert Murdoch, have you heard of him? Very rich, powerful man. Well, he's the guy who tells us that we should follow our digital natives. His children, he says, are digital natives. We may never become true digital natives, but we can and must begin. Notice the modal verbs. Can, that's good, but must. We must begin to assimilate to their culture and their way of thinking. So you've got your students, you have to follow them. You know, pedagogue means that you are the leader. But he's changed it now, and we pedagogues, we teachers, educators, we're going to follow the students. Is that right? Do you like that model? Well, that's what he says. If you believe Rupert Murdoch, you'll believe anything. Okay, and there's the warning. Don't pay attention to the multitude. Be critical of the multitude. Let's learn from the ancient Greeks. Know yourself. Know your students. Great educator. Socrates was a great educator. He taught us to be critical, to ask questions. Okay? I won't give you all this stuff. he was skeptical. He was skeptical about the alphabet. He perhaps would be skeptical about the digital revolution. But he taught us to be critical. That's the point I wanted to make. Nearly finished. He's a great businessman, agreed. They're very good at investing money and making money. And Gates at one point said he sees no negative consequences in education of digital technology. I don't see much of a downside, he said. But he's also the same guy who said this. So he changed his mind, perhaps, that we teachers are the most important. And I think I should stop there. I was going to talk more about blended and flipping classrooms, but I think we can save it for chapter 2. That the way we're going is a combination of all the good things that we used to do, that we still do, in the traditional sense. What I mean is the ability of the teacher to interact with the learners, to motivate them, to engage them, to inspire them, and to help them learn English and to become better citizens, as you said. We can do that as we've always done it, without technology. But if technology can help us, and I think most of us agree it has a role, it seems the model we are moving towards is some kind of blended or flipping kind of learning. Okay, we won't explore the distinctions now, we don't have the time. But I know it's a rather boring conclusion to say, well, in the end, in a very British way, we need both. We need to sit on the fence or take from both sides of the fence. Tradition and the 21st century digital world in which we live. So that's more or less where I would conclude the debate. We need to talk more, but I'm glad we had a chance to begin the debate together. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, once again, my name is Kevin Hershey, and I'm the English Language Fellow here in Tbilisi, and I'm a lecturer here at IBSU as well, and I'm really honored to be here today. I have a difficult act to follow, so thank you, Luke, for setting the standard really high for these presentations today. So a couple of weeks ago, I had a photo competition with some of my students, and this is the winner right here. I'm announcing it for the first time. So Seema, congratulations. Is she here? Yeah. Seema's not here today. Okay. Well, she'll find out later, or maybe through the Facebook live feed. So I hope you can see this. Has everyone tried this so far in Georgia? Trucella. I'm not saying that right because I'm not Georgian, but trucella. So this is a tasty snack. Some people call it Georgian Snickers. I really like it. And I promise I'll get to writing and talking about rubrics in a minute here. But first, I want to warm you up a little bit before I really cool you down with some assessment and behind-the-scenes talk instead of Shakespeare and the theatrical piece of teaching. So if you wouldn't mind, please, in a second, stand up. Try to meet someone new around you, and talk about this picture. You can describe it, you can tell your experiences with Trucella, you can say, I love it, I hate it, I really like this kind, there's a cherry kind, it's my favorite, by the way. Or anything you want to talk about. Talk about this picture. I'll give you about 20 seconds. Go ahead, stand up, meet someone, and talk about this picture. Evaluating writing in general is difficult. It's complex. There's a lot going on when we're teaching writing, especially in a second language. My background is in teaching all skills, of course, and teaching multiple levels, but in teaching writing both to native speakers at the university level and also to non-native speakers. And so I want to share a little bit about what I found out today about the rubric and how the rubric can help us with teaching, and how if we carefully design this rubric, we can really promote our students' confidence in writing, and we can kind of modify our students' perspectives and attitudes towards writing. So briefly, my agenda, you'll see what's going to happen in a minute. So if someone could just yell out, what are some good essay topics? The environment, great. Education. This is my student. They're writing about education right now. Their first draft was just due last week. Okay, excellent. Technology in education even. Yes? National Geography, National Geography. Internet and mass media, digital natives, a wonderful book, entire journal, entire things can come from this, yeah. Early marriage, yeah, really controversial topics. So we have these controversial topics are great as well. Did anyone kind of go back to this idea of writing about this? I mean, across the culture, yeah, as well. Culture and food. From this one photograph, we could have 1,000 different essays. Writing is really diverse, right? We can do a lot of things with a little bit of input, but with some more input, we can also help our students. So we could really write about anything on the planet, any idea, any concept or whatsoever. But the challenge with writing is that the student, I'm sorry, this is a little difficult to see, here's a student, is trying to write these really complex ideas, and then the teacher over there, that's not me, by the way, the teacher is saying, well, I didn't understand you, or there's this problem, or there's that problem. And so our students really have a big task ahead of them when they are assigned an essay and they have to go home and say, okay, what am I going to do? Or on an exam, you guys have essays as well. And so I've been thinking a lot about this and studying a little bit about how this works. So when we have the complexity of writing, we have... Is this working? Yeah. We have a variety of things that go into the writing. So we have something some people call the rhetorical situation. This is a very conceptual idea about the author and the audience and the purpose, right? So if I tell my students, this is one of my students right here, write for a big audience of professionals, does that tell her what grammar to use, what those sorts of things? So this is a big challenge. But we also have, let's see here, rhetorical appeals. We're trying to make the essay interesting. These often come from Greek as well, so a kind of a Greek theme today. But ethos, pathos, and logos, some of these things that researchers have talked about in writing and can help make our writing more interesting and appropriate for the context. We need logic in writing. We need probably to have an argument. We had young marriage, right, as a topic. We need a logical argument to put together to write about this if we're going to have a good essay. We need organization in our essay. This is my theme, I think, for my life with my students, organization in an essay. It's really important. We need a thesis statement. We need topic sentences. We talk about register. Is this academic? Is this developmental? Is this meant for journalism? These are all different kinds of language. We have grammar, vocabulary, spelling to think about, punctuation, formatting. We have to cite sources as well, and research and those sorts of things. We need a header. We need, and finally, the one point I want to talk about today is actually accomplishing a task in an essay. This is a really abstract concept, right? What words accomplish a task? And that's difficult to really uncover sometimes. So hopefully, if we design our rubric well, and our students do their work, which they usually do, we can give them all an A+. Okay, so this is a study I conducted about a year and a half ago with a friend of mine, and unfortunately she couldn't be here today to co-present with me. But we took this kind of traditional rubric and we piloted a new rubric, and we wanted to see what the differences were. So we asked some of our teacher friends of ours to review some essays, and we had some interesting outcomes. So I was teaching freshman composition in the United States at an intensive English program. These were upper intermediate students, and I had a focus on teaching academic writing and not much language. So I was really thinking about a couple of nice vocabulary words that could really show the complexity, that could really talk about the topic, but also I was thinking about accomplishing a task that I set out to do rhetorically. Let's see here. So I thought about building these pilot rubrics, and I'll show you in a minute what this looks like. And I really wanted them to focus on the things I was teaching them in class. So how to analyze a source, and how to incorporate this source, and how to evaluate it in writing, in an essay, in an organized way. So I wanted to give them kind of 3 tasks to do in one essay. This could look like a 5-paragraph essay. And then I wanted to assess each one of those individually. So let me jump ahead here. This is the conventional rubric. We have these common categories that a lot of people use, and they are introduction, thesis, and conclusion, assignment, prompt, and content development, research objectives. These kind of big, broad categories. And I thought, well, maybe we can do something different to help guide our students to do something. So this is how I reorganized it. In this essay, like I talked about, we have an introduction paragraph, we have 3 body paragraphs and a concluding paragraph. And I worked a lot on the thesis statement. I think it's a really important part of the essay. And so I wanted to give a rubric line just for how well they wrote the thesis statement. Most of the time I work with the students on these, so I can say, you know, this is a good thesis statement. You already have 5 points out of 140 points for this. So take this to your final draft. You're good to go. The next one, I ended up calling them themes. I was assessing them individually. These align pretty well with paragraphs in the final draft of the essay. This is back to the conventional rubric. So we do have this category of language use, mechanics, and formatting. And for non-native speakers, it's a common practice in a rubric for an essay to have one category for all of these things. Yeah? And then we kind of maybe count the mistakes, or we get a feeling for how many mistakes. And for non-native speakers, this was a big problem, right? Because mistakes is a subjective term, right? There are different types of mistakes, or different intensity of mistakes, and those sorts of things. So is it really confusing the meaning of the message, or is it just something small that will get fixed along the route? This is particularly important in my class. I wasn't working on academic language as much as I was working on accomplishment of these tasks and academic skills. So I broke this up into something a little bit different, and I said, well, we have this goal of neutrality in this particular essay, so I gave it its own rubric band. Then I gave formatting. Formatting is a challenge for young academic writers, so I gave that its own band, and academic word choice. And this way, I could really give them feedback on this rubric as I'm grading them through which parts they're accomplishing of the language piece and which ones they're not. But I do want to point out something about the point distribution. So we have 45, am I doing my math right? Yeah, 45 points for accomplishment of these main tasks, whereas I have only, let's see here, 5, 10, 25 points for kind of the linguistic components. So I really am focusing on the accomplishment of tasks. So I have a couple of research questions. I only want to present part of this today. So I gave some of my colleagues some of these essays to grade, and I asked some of them to use the pilot and some of them to use the conventional rubric. And then I compared the results, and I'm kind of a quantitative guy, so I used a lot of numbers. So bear with me as we look at the numbers, but I have hopefully some visuals for you visual learners and visual people out there to look at. So mean and standard deviations, really interesting between rubric A. This is the conventional, and this is the pilot rubric. So we have some differences even across the same 8 essays that we looked at. For the visual people out there, this is how it plots out. So one of these points is one colleague rating the essay once. And we see that this first essay, some people gave it a 55, while other people gave it 110. And I said, whoa, this is a big problem. That's half the grade of the same essay, using the same rubric, and we have 2 different raters, and they have really different ideas. So we have to do something to have some more consensus, or actually assess what's going on in this writing. This is difficult to see, but there were some instances with the conventional rubric that we saw consistency across raters, but there were other ones where we saw great differences across raters. And each one of these chunks is a different part of the rubric. There was not a consistent part of the rubric that was different from rater to rater. So we had a lot of things going on here. I didn't have any really good answers. But this is my pilot rubric, the one where we're looking at the accomplishment of specific tasks within the writing. And you'll see a lot of these are banded quite closely together. This is the breakdown for different parts of that rubric. And even though we have some variation, it's not as much as that conventional rubric. So, how different were they? Well, who here is aware of mean and standard deviation? Yeah, okay. So standard deviation tells us how, it's one measure of how variable these two things are. And we see a high standard deviation, particularly in one of the essays here, a couple of the essays here. And then we also saw a slightly higher standard deviation here. So this is one way to look at how much variation there is in assessment between different graders, looking at the same essays with the same rubric. Once again, visually, it looks like this. We see a lot of variation here, here, and here in particular. Half the grade, same essay, same rubric. Interesting. Here, this was our largest variation, essay number 6 as well, so maybe there's something strange going on in essay number 6. The other ones were quite well clustered together. I also ran the alphas on these and looked at inter-rater reliability, and we found that different sort of parts of the rubric were more consistent than others. Nothing really interesting looking at the pilot, but all together we saw a 0.7 total alpha, whereas here we had a 0.59. So we did see an increased rate of reliability overall. That's not quite as important as what I found next. What I found next is I plotted the difference between one rubric and the other rubric and found the average scores, and we were all over the map. So what this is telling me, for the non-statistics people out there, is that the abstract concepts in one rubric were not measuring the same thing as the concrete or more concrete concepts in the other rubric. What I think this means is that depending on the rubric we have, depending on how we break up the different categories in the rubric, we are actually measuring different things in the writing. Of course, and then we have some statistical evidence for that. So I want to talk a little bit about what I've learned from this project and what I can do going forward. Some of my students might find this a little bit familiar because these are their rubrics for their current writing projects. One is more like a checklist. This is another rubric type. And then there's another one that's kind of a choose your own prompt because it's a different type of writing project. So taking students through the writing process, right, students? You've seen this before. Taking students through the writing process, I said, you know, I really want to focus on the writing process for this one writing project. And so I'm going to give them points for finishing the research project part of it, the research task. I'm going to give them points in a rubric for finishing the outline and the first draft. I noticed the final draft. I'm not even looking at language here. I'm not looking at accomplishment of task quite yet, other than it's finished, and it has organization, shows the research, and it has some of the previous steps incorporated into it. And so this one, with this type of rubric, we can really look at the writing process. However, with a different group of students here, and some of them are right in that hallway right there, I was looking at, they could choose their own prompt from a variety of prompts, or find their own on the internet, and then write towards that prompt. So this is kind of building student autonomy. And I said, well, we can't break that up into different rubric categories, but I can give them one level for, or one rubric band for how well they accomplish that task. They have to give me the prompt, and they have to give me the resulting essay. Once again, I'm an organization guy. It's my theme, I think, for life at this point in time. And so looking at the organization was also really important, as all of the prompts would have the organization in common. And then a little bit of language here, but this is only 2 points out of 7 points. So it's not really the most important piece in this class at this time. So some of my, let's see, this stopped working. Okay, some of my suggestions. We talked yesterday a little bit about testing what you teach. I would say evaluate what you ask for in terms of writing. Yeah? If you're asking for a well-organized essay, evaluate the organization. If you're asking for good language, evaluate the language. The next thing I want to talk about is assess what students actually accomplish. Try this feature, try this type of rubric, and see how students can work towards it. Of course, one good practice is to give the rubric to students before you give them the essay assignment, but also to let them review their own work and to peer review with a rubric, right? This is a good common teaching practice. Also, I think throughout the career of a student, they need to see different rubrics, have experience writing towards this rubric, and understand how it changes the type of writing and the work they have to do before they write. So, I think my overall goal and theme for you today is writing is a way to look at the world. And we can look at the world through different lenses. We can look at the world through different types of rubrics as well. This is not an easy task for our students, but if we help them, if we give them many chances, we can hopefully get some excellent essays out of this.
Well, thank you all for coming to this extraordinary teachers' meeting. There's just one item on the agenda, the crisis. You know, these are hard times. These are testing times. These are difficult times for all of us. We're all in the same boat. We're all in this together. But this crisis does mean we've all got to tighten our belts, cut back on the slack, get rid of waste.
Here, here.
So, we the management have sadly and reluctantly decided to let some of you go.
What?
I'm afraid we're going to have to face up to the fact that redundancies are necessary, unavoidable.
Oh, no.
I know it's tough, I know it's going to be painful. But this is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. In short, we the management, have decided to fire all the teacher training staff.
Yes, you are right. We have got to let them go, make them redundant, sack them, fire them, Dismiss them, show them the door, redeploy them, give them the boot.
All right, okay, don't labour the
Sorry.
point. So it's time we learnt to cope without teacher trainers. They're costly and ineffective. Too much theory, not enough practice. Yes, their ideas are trendy, but they simply don't work. And besides, they use long words that nobody can understand. And what's more, they're constantly questioning our policies. In short, teacher training is a waste of time and money. And anyway, we learn much more through experience.
What do you mean? They are just doing what is in their contract, aren't they? Training teachers. Equipping teachers with the skills, the professional competencies, helping teachers develop and be more effective in the classroom.
Yes, but they're constantly undermining the way we do things. I mean, take testing. They put ideas into teachers' heads. They tell them we're testing too much and not teaching enough. Stuff and nonsense. Our clients like certificates. Our clients pay to pass exams, not to do all this la-di-da-di, touchy-feely stuff that teacher trainers recommend. So, it's time we got rid of them so we can run this school like a successful business, subject to market forces, not some kind of therapy centre. And anyway, what have teacher trainers ever done for us?
Well, they have taught us how to analyze and explain language.
Well, yes, they have done that. I grant you, yes.
And they showed us how we should teach grammatically.
Yes.
Communication.
Grammar, communication, yes, but grammar and communication and teaching grammar communicatively, I mean, that's different. Our clients like grammar. Our clients are happy to pay for grammar. But anyway, apart from those two things, analysing language, teaching grammar communicatively, as you put it, I mean, what have teacher trainers ever done for us?
Well, they have taught us how to teach vocabulary systematically.
Oh, yes, but teaching vocabulary systematically, it's a given. It's a given. It goes without saying. But anyway, apart from those three things, analysing language, teaching grammar communicatively, teaching vocabulary systematically, I mean, what have teacher trainers ever done for us?
Well, they have shown us how pronunciation can be integrated into vocabulary and grammar teaching.
Yes, but pronunciation is obvious. It goes without saying. It's a given. But anyway, look, apart from those four things, analysing language, teaching grammar communicatively, teaching vocabulary systematically, and integrating pronunciation into our teaching, I mean, what have teacher trainers ever done for us?
Well, they have introduced us to techniques for teaching rather than testing the four skills.
All right, you've got a point. But apart from those five things, analysing language, teaching grammar communicatively, teaching vocabulary systematically, integrating pronunciation into our teaching, and the difference between testing and teaching, I mean, what have teacher trainers ever done for us?
They taught us reflective skills.
And classroom management skills.
How to build rapport.
Rapport?
How to design reliable tests.
Reliable tests?
How to correct using digital devices without lowering students' self-esteem.
Yes. To elicit.
To nominate.
Give positive feedback.
To make the most diverse in the classroom.
Diversity?
Yeah. To take students with special needs into account.
To use computers in the classroom.
Blended learning.
Blended learning. Flipping classrooms. All right, okay. But apart from those 18 things, what of teacher trainers? Analysing language, teaching grammar communicatively, teaching vocabulary systematically, integrating pronunciation into our teaching, the difference between testing and teaching, reflective skills, classroom management skills, building rapport, designing reliable tests, giving students positive feedback, using digital devices without lowering students' self-esteem, eliciting, nominating, correcting, giving feedback, using computers, blended learning, and flipping classrooms. I mean, what have teacher trainers ever done for us?
Critical thinking.
Oh, you're fired.
What?
And you're fired too. You're fired. And you're fired. You're fired.
Come in.
Please to
Welcome,
come in.
welcome to Greece.
Welcome to Greece.
Please to sit down.
What can I do for you?
You,
me, test me, you, test me.
Why you speak like this?
Why you speak like this? Why you
understand
sound? We understand English. Please to sit down.
You understand English?
Of course, please. To sit down. Now,
what
can I do for you?
You see, I've come for the driving test. I've been away studying in England, and now I got my English driving license. But I wanted a Greek one. I think it's a little bit different out here, isn't it?
Yes, a little.
So you want driving Greek license.
But why?
You see, I used to be an English teacher, but things are hard these days. I decided to become a taxi driver.
A taxi driver? You want to be a taxi driver in Greece?
You know, these are very hard times.
Very well. Let's begin.
Oh, good. Where's the car?
My friend. We have We begin.
Well, how can you have a driving test without a car?
The golden driver for the good drivers in Greece. The good driver only needs one thing. The fantasy. The test begins. Are you ready?
I suppose so.
The first. One point.
Okay.
For 1
Thank
point.
you.
What this?
It's
The fantasy. The second question is for 2 points. 2 points. Great.
2 points. Great.
And the
Thank
question
you.
is for 2 points. How does the driver hold the wheel?
Easy. With hands.
Yes, sometimes. True, but give more information. More. It is too short. Please, please. I will show. We have the wheel, so with the one hand, we hold the wheel,
Well, that's already well. Then what about the other hand?
And the other hand, all important things. The cigarette, the cafe, the mobile phone, the way to the friends, and the cousins, the important things.
Okay, I understand.
Do I get any points?
Do I get any points?
No.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. It was 2 points.
No.
Oh, come on.
I will give you 1 point for the theory. For the practical, 0.
That's not fair. That's
These
not
are
fair.
questions. These are questions. Part. English weakens, read freely, the parking stronger. 20 points. 20 points.
I must be careful.
Where are you back?
A park my car in a car park. A parking meter.
Please be serious. This is a driving test. Oh, English humor. So
I know. Multi-story car park.
Story? What story?
All right. I give up. Where do you park the car in Greece?
In Greece, we have the modern times. The European system. This is simple and simple.
A garage in front of people's houses.
No, I can think. Sit down. I will. Sit down. The pavement. Simple and simple.
What about the
Pedestrians? There are roads everywhere. My friend, that was the end of the first part of the test. You need 1 point. Part 2. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
The rules of the road. Who am I?
Driving examiner.
What am I doing?
You're waving your arms. You're a referee.
No referee, no.
A teacher in English.
Remember, this is a driving test. This is a traffic policeman.
A traffic policeman.
Now, what am I doing?
You're waving your arms again. You're calling the waiter.
Calling the waiter. And what? Well done. And now this one?
You're waving to your cousins.
And this one?
You're waving to your cousins. Cars coming from the right.
And now this one?
Cars coming from the left.
And now this one?
Cars coming from the left and right and on. 100 points. Okay.
I cannot help you anymore. You are on your own. For the last question, the big one, we have the big envelope, and you must choose, only you can choose, you must make the choice of the big question. A very good choice. The last question for 100 points and a brand new big driving license. You are driving along the Tinsel Street at 100 kilometers an hour. Suddenly, a little old lady, dressed in black, with 2 big plastic shopping bags, steps out into the road 5 meters in front of you. Now, for 100 points, brand new Greek driving license. What do you do?
Easy. I put my foot on the brake and I stop immediately.
Sorry. I'm sorry. And you were doing so well. So well.
But we always stop.
Yes, my friend. But you forgot the fantasy.
Oh, of course.
And you were doing so well. The answer is very simple. You took to your horn, beep, beep, and she ran like the crazy. And you were doing so well. So well. But wait. The last question is the big one. It is in 2 parts, and the second part is also for 100 points.
100 points. I must not fail this time.
You are driving along the King's Street at 150 kilometers an hour. Suddenly, a beautiful young girl with 2 big plastic shopping bags steps out into the road 5 meters in front of you. Now, for 100 points and a brand new Greek driving license, what do you do?
I toot.
Remember the fantasy.
I know the answer. I know the answer.
Shh. Shh. Please, this is a driving test.
I put my foot on the brake. I stop. I open the door. She comes in. I smile. And I help her with her shopping.
Congratulations! You have won a brand new Greek driving license.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to Greece.
That's very
Welcome
kind of
to
you.
Greece.
Thank you.
Happy driving.
Yes. By the way, I have my car outside. Would you like me to give you a lift?
Oh, thank you very much. That is very kind of you. But you know, I never go anywhere by car. The drivers are crazy. Miss Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth. You can hardly doubt the purport of my discourse. As soon as I entered the house, I singled you out as the companion of my life.
Upon my word, sir.
But before I am run away with by my feelings, let me state my reasons for marrying you and why I have come to Hertfordshire with the design of selecting a wife.
I cannot imagine, sir, that a gentleman of your solemn composure would ever be run away with by his feelings.
My reasons for marrying are, first, that I think it a right thing for a clergyman in easy circumstances like myself to set the example of matrimony to his parish.
Indeed, Mr. Collins, your reason for marrying is most commendable.
And second, that I am convinced that marriage will add very greatly to my happiness.
Indeed, Mr. Collins, your reasons for marrying is most... I'm perfectly... Excuse me. I can only wish you every happiness in your pursuit of a suitable marriage, Mr. Collins.
And thirdly, that it is the particular advice and recommendation of that very noble lady, whom I have the honor of calling patroness.
You're referring, no doubt, to to Lady de Bourgh?
Indeed, the same, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Mr. Collins, she said, Mr. Collins, you must marry. A clergyman like you must marry. Choose properly. Choose a gentlewoman. And let her be someone who is active and useful and able to make the small income go a long way.
A small income?
Mr. Collins, a small income. Mr. Collins, she said, find such a woman as soon as you can. Bring her to our neighborhood, and I will visit her.
Mr. Collins, I thank you for explaining the reasons for your intention to marry, but...
But you may be wondering why I chose Longbourn instead of my own neighborhood, where I assure you there are very many amiable young women. But you may be sure there are very many amiable young women.
Indeed.
Indeed. The fourth reason, therefore, my dear cousin Elizabeth, is, as you know, I am to inherit this estate upon the death of your father.
My father, Mr. Collins, I believe will live many years longer.
Indeed, indeed. But when the melancholy events shall come, I am determined, I intend that the loss to his daughters shall be as little as possible. I have therefore decided to choose a wife from among Mr. Bennet's daughters. This has been my reason, fair cousin Elizabeth.
I am aware, Mr. Collins, that you will inherit our father's property.
And now, nothing remains but for me to assure you in the most animated language of the violence of my affections. Of the violence of my affections.
Upon my word, sir, you are too hasty.
I am aware that you will inherit only a small sum of money upon the death of your mother.
A small sum?
Indeed, £1,000 is all that you will be entitled to. But I assure you, when we are married, I shall remain silent.
You're indeed too hasty, sir. I have made no answer except my thanks for the compliments you are paying me, but is it possible to accept your proposal?
I am also aware that it is the usual practice among young ladies to reject the man whom they secretly mean to accept. And indeed, the refusal is repeated a second or even a third time.
Mr. Collins, really, I do not think...
But I am therefore by no means discouraged by what you have just said, and I hope to lead you to the altar ere long.
I do assure you that I'm not one of those young ladies, and I'm perfectly serious with my refusal. You could not make me happy, and I'm the last woman in the world who could make you so.
You may be certain that when I have the honor of seeing Lady Catherine de Bourgh again, I shall speak to her in the highest terms of your qualifications, your modesty, your economy, and your other amiable qualities.
Mr. Collins, all praise of me will be unnecessary. You must accept my... I'm sorry.
You may continue to read your book. I will not disturb you any further. I do not wish to accuse you of cruelty. Do I make you anxious?
You do, a lot.
Well, I do not wish to accuse you of cruelty, because I know it is the custom of young women of your sex to reject a man on first application.
Indeed.
And you will give me leave to believe that your rejection, therefore, is merely words, of course. It is merely words. Please, which chapter will you read? May we read it? When we are married, we shall sit together and we shall read. We shall read. You see, marriage with me, cousin Elizabeth, will be pure delight. We shall spend the evenings together, sitting by the fireplace, reading Jane Austen, Mansfield Park, Pride and Prejudice. Now, what an interesting chapter. Oh, yes, indeed. Very well. Please, read aloud for me. And you my life, and to which I look forward when I'm with you, is that you should read aloud to me. Please, read aloud.
Mr. Collins, I wish you very happy and very rich, and you may take possession of our estate, whenever it falls, without feeling any guilt or self-reproach. The matter may be therefore considered settled.
I do not wish to accuse you of cruelty, because I know that young ladies often reject a man on first application.
Really, Mr. Collins, you puzzle me exceedingly.
You will allow me, please, to flatter myself that your rejection, therefore, is merely words, of course. My hand, take my hand. It does not appear to me that my hand is unworthy of your acceptance.
Mr. Collins, believe me.
Cousin Elizabeth, allow me to say that the property I can offer you will be highly desirable.
Can I speak plain now?
My connections with the family of Lady Catherine de Bourgh.
Do not persevere.
But why?
Because if Lady Catherine knew me, she would find me in every respect ill-qualified.
Therefore, we may conclude that no other offer of marriage will ever be made to you.
I thank you once again for the honor you have made me.
I must therefore conclude that you are not serious in your rejection of me.
I'm perfectly serious.
I must explain therefore your rejection to your wish to increase my love by suspense.
It is impossible to accept your proposal.
To increase the suspense according to the custom of elegant females.
But I'm not an elegant female intended to plague you, but a rational creature speaking from the truth of her heart.
I am persuaded that when your parents give their approval...
Mr. Collins, I thank you once again. I must now bid you good day.
Woo.
A seat.
I take a seat of paper. A seat.
Hey!
This is a seat. Is it a seat? Yes, it is.
Those are the questions. I mean, the chair. The chair. The chair. No. Hey, where are you going? I mean, take a seat. Wait, I will show you. You see? That's my chair. Come. Oh my God. Take a seat. Well. Okay. So, my name is Recep. And this is my colleague Mehmet. He's going to be listening to us. Can I have your mark sheet, please? Your mark sheet. Your mark sheet, one of these. A mark sheet. So, your name is Kostas.
Your name is Kostas.
No. My name is Recep. What is your name?
Your name. Your name is Mehmet.
Okay. Now, I am going to ask you some questions about yourself. Okay?
Yes, it is.
How to say? Where are you from?
I am Greece.
Well, good. Now we are getting somewhere, yeah. Okay. So, what is the weather like in Greece?
It is very nice, fine, thank you, and
Okay, let's move on. I'm going to show you two pictures, and I would like you to compare and contrast and show me what do you see in the picture? What do people are doing in the picture? Well, are you ready? You can begin now. What can you see in the first picture?
Picture.
Yes.
In the picture.
Yes, in the picture.
In the picture.
Can you see any people?
People. Any people?
Yes.
See any people? Yes.
Yes, yes.
See any people? Yes, yes.
Well?
Very good. I'm very well, thank you.
I'm fine, thanks. But what about the woman in the picture?
The woman?
The woman in the picture.
The woman. See, he is very well, thank you.
I see.
I see a woman in the picture.
All right. That was the end of the test. You can go now. Thank you.
Nothing. You are welcome. Hello.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Good morning. Come in.
Hello, Mehmet. It's me again.
Sit down, please. Okay. I will write. Let's do it right away. I'm going to show you some pictures and we are going...
This is a woman.
It's a bicycle, actually. Well, okay. Okay, let me ask you some questions about yourself. Okay? First, where were you born?
Under a tree.
I mean, we are talking about you. Where were you born?
Oh, you. Into my house.
I see. Are you from Greece?
Greece. See, he is very hot in the summer and she is cold in the winter.
Yes, indeed. How old are you?
How? You. I'm thinking 40, 50, upstairs, downstairs.
Not me. How old are you?
Are you? Not past 12.
Okay, nice. And Greece. How are the things in Greece?
Greece? Very well, thank you. And you?
I mean, what's it like?
Like? I like Greece very much. Greece is a beautiful country. The sky is blue, the sun is shining. I love my country. I love my village. My village is very beautiful. I love my mother. My mother is very beautiful. And I am dying for the basket. This.
Well, okay. That's the end of the test. Goodbye. Okay. Okay, goodbye.
I pass.
I am sorry.
How I go?
You go that way, out of the door.
Oh, the door.
The door.
This is the door. Is it the door? Yes, it is.
Come in, please.
Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Okay, hello. Take a seat. I mean,
it's okay, I prefer to stand if that's all right with you. Well, let's begin. First question.
Okay, well, first question is this a woman or a bicycle?
It's a woman, of course. What was it Shakespeare said about women? Frailty, thy name is woman. Well, now I ask the questions.
You ask the question?
Are you ready for the first question?
For first question?
The first question for 100 euros. Can you spell the word in English accommodate? Is it A, A-C-O-M-O-D-A-T-E, B, A-C-C-O-M-O-D-A-T-E, C, A-C-O-M-M-O-D-A-T-E, or D, A-C-C-O-M-M-O-D-A-T-E for 100 euros?
Whoa. Oh, well, it's a tough one. So, can I have 50-50?
50-50, of course. How do we spell accommodate? Is it B or D?
Well, I'm still not sure.
Would you like to ask the audience?
May I?
Yes, indeed. How do we spell accommodate? Is it B or D? Hands up for B. B or the chorus? All right, Rajab?
Well,
okay. And your final answer, please?
A, double C, O, double M, O-D-A-T-E.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, it
Absolutely?
is. Absolutely.
Okay, and A-double-C-O-double-M-O-D-A-T is the correct answer. You have 100 euros.
Yeah.
100 euros is yours. Richard, 100 euros is yours to take home.
Thank you.
But do you want to go on now for 500,000 euros?
Yeah.
For 500,000 euros, Richard.
Okay.
Which is the most misspelled word in the English language? Is it A, broccoli, B, consensus, C, supersede, or D, definite? For 500,000 euros, Richard?
Yeah.
For 500,000 euros.
Most misspelled word in English language. I'm not sure. Can I call a friend?
You can call a friend if you've got one.
Hello, Marie.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. You?
I'm okay. Are you free? Can I ask you something?
Yeah, sure.
I'm about to win 500,000 euros. The question is, what is the most misspelled word in English language?
What is the options?
Well, is it broccoli, supersede, consensus, or definitely?
Definitely. D, definitely.
Is it your final answer?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Richard. And the most misspelled word in English language, your final answer, please.
Definitely.
For 500,000 euros.
Definitely.
Definitely?
Definitely.
Definitely?
Definitely.
Absolutely?
Not absolutely, definitely.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry. No, yes, definitely is the correct answer. Well done. You have 500,000 euros. 500,000 euros, Richard, is yours to take home. But do you want to go on now for 1 million euros? Could be a millionaire.
Million euros?
€1 million.
Okay, yes, I do.
Right. For 1 million euros, how do we spell the most misspelled words in the English language, beginning with broccoli?
Broccoli. B-R-O-S-S-C-O-L-I.
Correct. Supersede.
That's super easy. Supersede. C. S-U-P-E-R-S-E-D-E.
Correct. And now consensus.
Consensus. C-O-N-S-E. N-S-U-S.
Correct. And now for 1 million euros, the most misspelled word in the English language, definitely. How do we spell it?
Definitely.
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 Not absolutely, definitely.
Definitely. Can I ask an expert?
Expert? I don't know. Do we have any experts here? Do we have any English teachers? Hands up, any English teachers? Can you help us? We need an expert. Where are all the English teachers? widely missed? Any misapplied? Unapplied? I'm afraid we don't seem to have any experts. They've all disappeared. Oh, come on.
Help me out, please.
It's €1 million here. Okay, definitely, please. The first letter. One letter.
One letter.
The first letter.
How would you say?
The first letter, please.
D.
100% so far, correct. The second letter. E.
F. I. N.
Begin. The first letter, please. Over here. First letter. Now your final answer, Recep. Definitely.
D, E, F, I, and I, T.
I'll give you one more chance. €1 million is at stake.
Okay. D, E, F, I, and I, T, E, L, Y.
Correct. Well done. You have won €1 million. Congratulations. You have won €1 million. Congratulations.
That's marvelous. I don't have to do this job anymore.
Well done. Congratulations. You have won €1 million. That is the good news. Would you like to hear the bad news?
Bad news?
The bad news, yes. The bad news is, Recep, I'm afraid we do not have €1 million.
You don't have it? But why?
These are hard times, testing times. But we do have a special consolation prize for you. Your knowledge of the English language, your superb spelling, means that here today, in Tbilisi, live, we can make you an honorary English teacher.
Oh, no. Oh.
customs officers. Thank you very, very much. 003, number 3.
My hand is perfect thing. The next is 292.
Number 176.
176.
Now we want to call Mr. Luke. Also, Mr. Luke and Prodroma, please. We will take a picture.
Now please everybody join us. Let's try to have a huge group picture as a memory. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you